Okay, welcome back to the National Stadium here in Grenada. And we're here for game 2 for today's Winlott Windward Islands Under 15 tournament, which has just gotten off. Quite a bit of delays in terms of the start of the tournament due to the inclement weather, but today we have brilliant sunshine here at the National Stadium, and we're hoping that it will continue. And so far we've seen a good encounter for the day, and Grenada going down to Dominica. And we're here to bring you live coverage of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines coming up against St. Lucia. What I can tell you is that St. Lucia, they lost the toss. St. Vincent won the toss, and they have opted to field. And certainly this contest will be a more or less an even contest. I think the wicket has been gradually improving, and so we expect to see a really keen contest. It should be about 25 overs per side, and the umpires, they're already in the middle as I welcome Justin Hector, who will be alongside me. Yeah. Welcome, Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Rondell. And one anticipate a highly competitive game between St. Lucian and St. Vincent. Of course, we could say that the pace was set this morning by Dominica and Grenada. Dominica, although winning in the end rather easily, it was for Grenada it was a reasonably good start. Although they didn't win, at least they did compete. Because Dominica, who seemed a far better unit, a stronger unit, bonded together. But at the end of the day, I think it was a good start after, as you said earlier, Rondell, the conditions which we had to bear with, which we had to go through to get cricket at all. It was wonderful that these teams were able to play this morning. So one anticipates a good encounter, and it can only get better from here. As the weather continues to improve, we should see improved performances. So I can give you the St. Lucian lineup, and that's St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yeah, lineup. St. Lucia. Yeah, this St. Lucia lineup. I'll give you that. So we have Jacques-Claude Emmanuel, Caleb Charles is the vice captain, Colin Daniel, Samuel Jean, Dashan Chalry, yeah, Dashan Chalry. Chalry is a pretty name we were accustomed with in world cricket. John Michael Auguste. No, Auguste is not in fact. It's Samuel Vitalis, Nicole Justin, Gavi Shiro, Evan Gilbert, Zadel Thomas, and of course Mika Mitchell. So that's the lineup. The 13th man is Tyrell Shalry. So we're set for this encounter. I guess you're going to give us the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
Yeah, well, they field the 11 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Cristiano Adams, Amar Lavia, Jadine Codis, Shamia Nanton, Ahmad Williams, Amal Lavia, Liam Batiste, Jason Johnny, Bryson Williams, Julius Adams, and Danroy Nanton. That's your 11 for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And they certainly in the field will be looking to restrict the St. Lucians. As I said, it's a 25 over per side contest. And so they have quite a long time to bat the St. Lucians. think St. Vincent will be looking to maybe restrict them to as low a total as possible. And then maybe look to make light work of it.
Yeah, well, I expect to see probably a lot more. Well, it's a longer innings to the game this morning. It's 18 overs this morning. Today, this evening, it's a 25 over affair. So the batters will have a lot more time to settle in and a lot more time in terms of building innings. It's a 25 over, being a 25 over game. But we'll look to see how it is approached.
So we're getting ready for the first ball of this, the second encounter in today's matchup in the Winlott, Windward Islands on the 15. Here we go. Good start there for the Vincentians.
Starting with the left arm seamer. Bowling right arm over the wicket. It was a good delivery on target. Of course, the opening batsman just pushing it out on the offside.
Again, this one just short of a length. And you have Shalry just pushing it into the offside. Not really looking for the single. But certainly just looking maybe to line up himself, see what the wicket is offering. So far we've seen a bit of bounce. Really not. In the two deliveries we've seen so far, it's not been really pitched up to the bat. So not sure if it's swinging as yet. As this one is pitched, continues with the arm, not the natural swing of the left-hander. Good signs here from the left-arm piecer.
Yeah, of course, the natural trajectory for the left-hander would be to just go across the right-hander. Yeah. A little bit of repairs to the helmet required. A totally change of helmet. You're not quite comfortable with the previous one. Of course, as a batsman, you want to be very comfortable with the regalias that you wear. And of course, Dashan Shalry faced a couple of deliveries. He's not out. And Nick and Justin is the other batsman. And Lucia have yet to score.
So Baptiste, left-arm piecer, in from the river end, pitching up again, this time leaving the batter. So we seem to be settling into a nice little rhythm here. Last two deliveries have pitched and left the right-hander. So good signs here for him.
Charlie was able to let it go because it was probably just a little bit wider than he really would have liked.
Baptiste. Again, looking to draw the batter out wide. Pitching in a good length, asking the batter just to come across and maybe get close to it. And with that movement away from him, certainly the keeper and the slip waiting for anything that will be edged to poach it.
Question is whether he is able to bring that delivery back into the right hander, which will be a very potent delivery. So far, everything has been going across the right hander. Swing it back into the right-handed batsman from the left arm, pull him left arm over the wicket. So very, very wide and full and called wide, quite rightly so.
And the arms of the umpire being outstretched. So Davis, Baptiste rather, and just giving himself an extra delivery. As a youngster, you want to make sure you get there, bowl that 6 deliveries, and keep the energy level at a certain peak. You know, you don't want to have to do too much. You bowl wide, you have to bowl it again. Repeat that run up for much longer. So here he is, Batiste. Final delivery. This time on the line of the stump. Well played there by Charles. Sorry, Charlery, who just looks to be a pretty pretty accomplished batter at the top there. Looking at the way he managed this over, he didn't go chasing. You know, at this stage you want to get bat on ball. You've been sitting in the hotel for a while. You know, you want to get at least some run to your name. But he's played pretty well in terms of choosing what to play and what to leave.
Yes, maybe only a couple deliveries probably asking him to play, which he negotiated quite well. And of course, the total 1 for no loss. So with a quiet start.
So we're going to have pace from the Dabo Hill end. Slip. We see a slip waiting. Have the man there down at the third man boundary.
Lavia, probably from the Dabo end. I have to confirm that because the system is not yet loaded up. He too seem to be right time around. As I said, nothing by way of swing as we saw this morning. During the Grenada game, it was quite tough on the Grenadians, having to negotiate this swinging ball. And he did swing for the Dominicans this morning.
Generally, the new ball tends to swing here at the National Stadium pretty early. And once the lacquer, as we call it, is off, then you tend to get it just being straight, unless you're really skilled at moving it around. Here is bowler just shot outside the off stump. Really not able to pierce the gap. Fielders just seem a bit deep, and so you're more or less in a run saving position. You want to get in a little bit more if you're going to really challenge the run out. Yeah. At this level, the boys are not really lightning quick, so the fielders may just need to step in a little bit to put a little bit more pressure onto the batters. This one again shot. Again cut to the fielder there at cover. No run.
Look like
so far Justin not able to find the gap. I know he will happy to find the gap and to see that ball maybe chase or run close to the boundary. So Nanton, then Roy Nanton in. Again shot this time, he goes hard at it. Can't be the man there at point. So far good over. And Lucia not able to score.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be happy with what they've seen from the two opening bowlers so far. They have kept things relatively quiet. Still 1 for no loss, but very early days. Players will want to assess conditions and
again this time play. It finds the gap. It will run close to the boundary. They go for one. They're looking for the second. Again, not really any much urgency in the first run, and so looking for the second, they would have been disastrous. But they were able to manage the situation well. Only one taken.
Probably they should have had two. The ball ran pretty close to the almost 3/4 way to the boundary. But to say that at that level, they're not very fast between the wicket. But one has to develop that attitude that hunger for runs and the idea of taking the first run really quickly, as quick as they can. A chance out there, and no. He actually got his hand to it, but it didn't really backpedal quickly.
Certainly a chance gonna beg in there. The fielder just misjudging there a bit. But playing a bit loose, not really in control of that one. Luckily for him, it evaded the fielder. And so he continues, he survives. And the score moves to 4. We're in over number 3. So 4 without loss at the end of 2 overs. We're in over number 3. And so the St. Lucian will want to get maybe a bit more bat on ball, as we saw it with that shot, and hope that they can really begin the process of run scoring.
Very reminiscent of the Grenadines inning this morning, batting first. Pretty slow to get started. So shall probably not want to adopt a similar type of approach.
So good, again, good delivery on the line of the stump. Batter had to defend. And that's Justin. That's Jason Johnny, that's your opening bowler. Left arm seamer, who seems to be getting the ball just to move back into the left and away from the right hander. Pretty much his stock delivery. This one is played off the edge. It's going to run down to third man, who quickly comes in. And so 1 run taken. Total moves to 5. St. Lucia just trying to assess that. I'm reading there that they're trying to assess the condition, trying to see how the wicket is playing. And hopefully once this pair sets the foundation, I think we will see them maybe try to up the scoring rate and post maybe a total well in excess of 100. Johnny in full delivery. This one is stroked to backward point. Well fielded.
Probably feeling Nichols should have done much better with that. It was a full toss. It was wide outside the off stump. And threw the bat at it really. Didn't really get across. You can get the timing and the power behind it. Found the fielder at backward point. Once again, it cannot score. So St. Lucia doesn't find himself in a mug as Grenada found themselves this morning.
Again, ball pitching and leaving the batter. Again, good judgment.
Yeah, and good defensive bowling by the St. Lucian, by the Vincent so far. Skipping it away from the batter, with them to reach for most of the deliveries. It's easy when you're not getting the ball away before you know it. You're at the end of 10 overs and you barely have 30.
The Vincentian will be looking for that as Johnny in. This one is stroked through the cover region. They go for 1. And that's all they will have. The fielder quickly onto it. Sends the return back in. And so they're just looking to assess. You can see the movement. They're trying to find the gaps more regular. And so far they've done it well with good success. 2 runs coming so far off this over.
Vincent and the Grenadines, I don't think will mind that too much at all. It's very much under control as far as they're concerned in the early going here. And it's
Going across it, and the finger is raised, and St. Lucia lose their first wicket. There you had it, Justin going across the line of the delivery. And as we see, the left armer is able to just get that ball to move in. And he was plumb in front of the wicket.
Yes, LBW.
As Judge LBW.
Perfect delivery. As you said, the Yorker, just probably, if anything, just tailing into the left-hander.
Yeah, I think what was good about this delivery is that it pitched just on or about the off stump and looking to tail in. And really, but they're playing all around it. So success for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They will be happy. The fact that they've decided to bowl and they have struck in the third over, they will be happy with their return so far for the decision.
Yes, and with only 6 runs on the board, so it means that in the early going here, St. Vincent are very much holding the upper hand against St. Lucia. And this is what I think earlier Grenada wasn't able to do, to break through early. And as such, Dominica was able to do that. So as I say, this will be a very interesting tussle between these two teams.
Yeah, it certainly will be very, very interesting. You want to use today to kind of, just get a feel of how things will be. And I know that the teams that played earlier, they will sit down and look at, what they did well, what they didn't do well. And so you get an assessment. And this is how development happens for these youngsters. You have to see them in action. And that's why we're happy to be able to get the tournament off and to that start today. And hopefully once the weather holds like this, we will see some good contest between the bat and ball. This one is lifted. It's gone high over the fielder at mid-wicket. It will run close to the boundary. Well fielded there by the fielder, sliding and saving surely 2 runs for his team.
Yes, so a good positive shot there by that's Daniel. Which he just hiked over mid-wicket, and a good bit of fielding, really. Well chased it right down to the boundary and putting in the slide and saving 2 runs for his team. So the score goes on to what, 7 for 1. And certainly it's been a good start by the Vincentian, and they would want to continue to keep the pressure. Or did they get 2 or they got 1?
Well, it seems they have gotten 1.
Yeah. So yeah, so 7 for 1. Shalwi is on 4. Daniel yet to score.
So that's Codice with another shot lift in delivery. Well defended there by Daniel. He's played that one pretty well.
Yes, probably fainting again. Just a little movement back into the left-hander. One expects that from bowling from around the wicket to the left-hander. The natural angle is taking it into the left-hander.
Here is Codice again. Short lift in, looking to steer it. Feel that point rushes in and picks up. And can't score. Certainly, what I've seen from Codice, what he's done well is to keep the ball on the off stump. He's not really strayed that much. He may be a bit too short, but the line has been good.
It's really offering the batsman no room to freeze him whatsoever.
Well, here he is as he runs away from us again. Again, this time just a little tight on the body. They think of one, the return just a little too high. the batters were able to come through for another single.
They were able to recover it because it was yes, no, and there was some indecision. So whether I should go, whether I shouldn't, and they managed to go through. So another single. It's 8. And I say, welcome you back, Troy. So another tight session so far, a tight, slow start by the St. Lucian. So saying rather reminiscent of Grenada this morning. So they would have to look at that. And he's gone. In fact, he seemed to be bold. So, 8 for 2.
Well, good evening. St. Vincent would relish the start. 2 for 8. Winning the toss, deciding to field, and it's being paid off. I think the opening batsman of the St. Lucians looked good. Only one thing for me, I think that the field was out. And they probably, instead of trying to find the boundaries, could have, dropped it and take one, manipulate the field a bit, and have the score taken. Whereas they could have probably been 14 or so. Now they're 8 for 2. Yes, so I think that is something that they can probably work on. But certainly St. Vincent and the Grenadines would love this start. The bowlers have been bowling in the areas that would keep the batsmen playing and having them to think, and in thus having them to make that right shot and being bowled.
Jean-Claude Emmanuel comes to the crease. I think Grenada was probably guilty of the same thing this morning. Probably not rotating strike enough and found themselves in a rut. So Lucia will have to get themselves out of that.
Yes, and certainly we know that under 15, is developing stage, but this is the area where you want to fine tune, picking up the singles, rotating the strike, finding ways of scoring runs, not to be too aggressive, but at the same time using the right shot selections, field manipulation, just to have the players and your opponents thinking of what you're going to do, knowing your skill set.
Of course, I just want to say good afternoon to a good friend in St. Lucia, Silvanus Fontenoy. I know he's watching the cast, he's listening to the commentaries. Your boys have not started too well, but it's a long way to go. It's a 25 over affair. So one hopes that they will post a reasonable total for the Vincent to chase later on. The conditions are good.
Oh yes, certainly. I think from the start that we know that this contest would be a very keen contest. St. Lucia, who's the defending champions, would have had some of the stalwarts coming up from recent years from the under 15s, and definitely I think this year would not be short of that. Colin Daniel is definitely a left-hander who I know and I've worked with, has the ability to stay long and bat, but Jean-Claude is definitely an exception. Certainly if St. Vincent does not get him, he can definitely score quick and can steady the innings for St. Lucia.
That's good cricket there on this occasion by the St. Lucian, by Daniel, just opening the face of the bat and running it into the offside just towards point and collecting a single. But that's what they need to do. They need to rotate strike and they need to just get some momentum going for St. Lucia.
Yes, certainly, and it's 25 overs. The bowlers are bowling in good areas, and you would want to have some momentum, at least get the feet moving a bit so you get more comfortable, get more relaxed. The blood start flowing, you start to concentrate a little bit more, you can see the ball better, and that's what you want when you get into the wicket. That's what Australia does. Yes. Try and get off the strike, have the blood flowing so you can see and feel more comfortable in the crease, get the nerves off, So you would want to rotate the strike. It also puts the bowlers left and right combination.
Yeah.
As you can see, Jean-Claude is a right-hander and Daniel is a left-hander. Makes it difficult for the bowlers to really adapt to the line and length that you'd want to bowl to your batsmen.
Emmanuel have gotten off the mark with a pleasant drive up towards mid-off, and he gets a single, so the score goes into double figures. So these two might just be a little bit busier than the first two batsmen, the openers. So probably we'll see a surge in the run rate, up in the run rate. Definitely we will see that.
Well, I think the message probably was sent out because you can see some urgency now, looking to drop the ball and call for an early single. That's a pull shot. That's a good shot.
That's in the air.
That's well played. It's going close to the boundary. Would it be saved? That's a good slide. He may have done well. May have done excellent.
Save two.
That's an excellent slide. Yeah, that's good skill. It's good skill by the young man. And saving his team 2 runs.
Yeah.
But certainly Daniel and Emmanuel look like they're busy boppers.
Yeah.
And definitely would we see that they would want to up the run rate, keep the score ticking, and put some pressure back on to St. Vincent.
Yes. We all know Joe in this game. Runs saved are runs made. Almost.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the good thing about this, Hector, in this encounter, we haven't seen much extras,
yeah.
and we have not seen any no balls being bowled
Right, yes.
by the Vincent,
yeah.
unlike Dominica, who has been very poor in terms of bowling the no balls, front foot no balls. And at this age, you would want to curb that as much as possible. But there's a lot of work to be done. So definitely the coaches would work with them, and they would work with themselves to rectify these small issues.
So it's 12 for 2. Emmanuel's on 1, 4-2 Daniel. So Emmanuel will be on strike. That's Kudais. Kudais, who has bowled 2 overs so far. He's on his third. He's taken 1 wicket for 5 runs, so he's been rather good so far.
But Kudos seems to have a nice slingy action. So it's kind of between Semi and the Malinga coming across his shoulder. It's difficult sometimes to pick up the angle of the ball, and to see now whether it's going to swing back or whether it's going to just hold and keep his shape. So it can be something that he could work on and develop. And we say whatever works these days in cricket, it's sometimes we look at the old manual of up on top and Patterson cooking walls, the ambos. But in this day and age where you want variety, you want something that would work, something that's different. Once you can work on that and you can and put the balls in the right area, that's the most important thing.
No sooner you mention extras, there's wide down the leg side. But commentators always put the wood on these players. As soon as you sing them some praises,
here comes.
Here comes.
Well, here comes Curtis again, runs in.
Good delivery. Anytime you drag the batsman onto the front foot, means that he has to show you some kind of respect. This ball is in a pretty decent area. That's what you want.
Oh, yes. And you can see Emmanuel coming forward, but you can realize that the wicket is not as firm. Where he came there and he still had to wait for the ball, and he did that really nice. So he can assess the wicket and see that probably going down the ground again may not be one of the strong suits on this wicket per se. So they would have to wait, buy their time, choose the right balls, and see how they can really get the scoring up as much as possible. What do you reckon is a good total here to defend?
Dominica did make pretty light work of 60 by Grenada. But I think they would have to probably get beyond the one in 25 overs. They probably can get to 100, 110. I think at
110.
yes, in 25 overs.
Yeah, I think St. Vincent has some big hitters in the repertoire in the team. So I think if they solidify themselves and Lucia, and they could probably get a, I might be stretching the theater 130,
Right.
but if they can get up to 130, the way that Daniel and Emmanuel is playing right now, that would definitely give the St. Vincent team a challenge to get. Personally, I think 120 is a good total to defend.
Right.
The way the wicket is playing, you put the balls in the right places, and you be disciplined. I think it's probably a good total to defend in 25 overs.
Yes, again, we'll always have to wait till both teams bat and to determine, to how it goes. Again, I had a good ball hit in the air, out towards the backward point. He did travel in the air for a while. Again, pushing hard at it, playing with pretty hard hands there.
Yeah, and again, the wicket, holding up, the ball is holding up on the wicket. And I think Emmanuel has to make some adjustments to his technique and realizing that he cannot play too much forward, committing himself towards these deliveries. We saw that it happened in the first game where a couple of balls did pop and caused some problems for the batsman.
Emmanuel, a fairly tall young man. So this height shouldn't really have too much problems coming forward as he did there. And in a nice compact manner, he just came onto the front foot and pushed it out towards covers.
Yeah.
He looks, as you said, a pretty decent batsman, Emmanuel.
He certainly is. And he's a captain, and he would want to show leadership by leading his team in this batting time here, so to put his team in a good position. Again, ball down the leg side, and you can see him waiting for the ball to come. So you can tell the pace of the fast bowlers are not so quick, but also the wicket has its part to play in terms of how the ball comes on to the bat.
Yes, 16 for 2 at the end of the over, and Vincent Shandu should still feel pretty confident about the fact that St. Lucia haven't actually gotten away. The scoring hasn't actually gotten away from them.
But if you notice too, Hector, just as Emmanuel and Daniel have been picking up the little singles here and there, the shoulders of the Vincentians would have dropped. You can see now their walk has become a little bit slower. Before they got 2 wickets, you could see them more brisk in the field. But just by Daniel and Emmanuel picking up the singles, they sort of become a little bit despondent in trying to figure out, okay, well, boy, are we in for this year? But that's cricket.
Yeah,
and, sometimes you want to know that you have the push and pull. You would be in a position of winning, and then you would be in a position that a team is going to fight back. But it's how now you really adjust from those adversities, and these are the things that the young cricketers will have to fine tune, figure out for themselves, because these things are not really taught by the coach. But sometimes you have to try and figure out things on the day of play. It's a good drive.
Shot down the wicket, yes. Emmanuel.
But again, you can see the not timing going down the ground. So I think the bowlers now, if they are more assertive in what is happening, because these things a coach cannot shout and say, pitch up the ball. You realize, when the ball is being pitched up, it's difficult for the batsman to drive. And these are critical things where you want to adapt as young players growing, understanding the game, understanding the situation, understand the wicket that you're playing on. Indeed. And adjust your length and line.
Not a bit of field in there. Went straight through the legs, yes?
Yeah, poor bit of feeling, costing his team an extra run.
Yes.
And there you go. There again, a ball just outside the off stump, not too short. And Daniel now had to resort to a pull shot rather than a pull shot because of the slowness of the pitch. And that's something that you would want to adjust going forward in terms of cricket. But I haven't seen too much of the
swing we saw this morning.
Right, from these teams. The Dominicans swung the ball well. I saw a little bit of from the Grenadines, but definitely from the Dominicans. Maybe because it was early morning dew on the wicket, but you can see the shape from the Dominican open bowlers was really, really nice. John came in with a little bit of pace, and also Joseph, nice, tall, arc and seam upright, beating the bat consistently. And here we haven't seen a consistent deliveries passing the outside edge of the bat, but at least they have the batsman playing, which is very important.
So it's 19 for 2. Still very much under control, St. Vincent will feel. And in a situation like that, when the condition is like that and the ball really isn't coming through as you think it should, you now have to make that adjustment play a lot later, because these two teams who were sitting in the pavilion throughout the morning, and they would have seen probably what the conditions was like for batsmen this morning, so it should have been easy for them to come out and make the adjustment, although it's not always the case. And but if anything, the wicket it has quickened up. It's probably a little bit drier than it was this morning, so the movement, as you said, is negated. Here's the left armer. Again, just pulling the length back a bit, and the batsman just coming onto the back foot and pushing it up on the offside. So another tight over, reasonably tight over. At the end of it, 19 for 2.
Yes, well, St. Vincent and Grenadine fast bowlers in John and Kadesh would tap themselves on the back, picking up 2 wickets, having St. Lucia at a run rate of 2.71. But I'm still saying that the St. Vincent fielders are almost on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And, if the St. Lucians would have probably played a lot more with soft hands when the ball comes on, they probably would pick up a couple of singles. So each over, you probably would bring up that run rate to at least 3 and over. Here's a cut shot in the air, going close to the fielder, a misfield, poorly thrown. No need for that horrendous throw. The ball came just in front of cover. Short ball, slowed, and Emmanuel playing too early. Yeah. And badly thrown, missed by the keeper too, costing them another extra run. And these are the things that you wouldn't want in these sort of situations. Even though the game is not away, but you're giving the other team momentum.
Indeed.
And momentum carries you a long way.
Why it will be more exercises for the umpires. And this was fairly to an interesting shot too by Emmanuel. It was like a half drive, half cut. He was on the front, and he was driving it, but opening the face of the bat at the same time.
Yeah, it's one of those shots that are not necessarily in the books, but I think it just reflects on your own ability to mitigate and see how you can score runs, and that's what this cricket is all about.
Wow, that's a good delivery. I could have seen it. It really dragged him forward, and he looking to go into the drive, and probably just a little movement inward towards him, and the ball going through between bat and pad. So look a little bit naughty.
Yeah, again, you can see even the reaction of Emmanuel says that the ball got some inward movement, but it also bounced a little bit, and it went over the wicket. I was surprised that he was not bowled, because that ball did pitch just outside off stump and swung back in.
This time he's a lot more circumspect as a delivery. just about fourth stump, a good line, just about fourth, fifth stump. Is where you want to probably be most of the time, and asking the batters to play. And Emmanuel on this occasion, as I said, is a pretty tall man. He just got across and pushed it up into the offside.
Well, at this rate, we at 25 overs, we seen that we've been saying 130, 120,
Yeah.
but at this rate, we seen close to around the same total that Grenada got
Yes,
playing against Dominica at this run rate where St. Lucia is batting. But I think definitely as the two batters settle, I know Manuel can build the strike rate and push the run rate up to maybe 3 to 4, and they possibly get to 100. If they can get to 100, the way the wicket is playing, I think that would be a very good total to defend.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. But just using his height, getting over it and playing it down behind point on the offside, and couldn't score.
But again, Hector, right there, he has done the right thing, got in the right position, nice, correct bat, faced, but still pushing. And that's one of the things that we have to understand. Sometimes we want to push because it may give us the boundary, but if we can just control that in terms of the position, the ball could have just gone between backward of point, and you would have gotten an easy single without any fuss.
Mm-hmm. So that temptation, lovely on drive. Yes, just pushing away from underneath the eye line, and it goes for 4. That's a good shot. That was a lovely on drive. The on drive is a special shot, Troy, which in a sense, probably you get the feeling sometimes it has gone out of the game. You don't see many batsmen playing the on drive as we used to in the past. But it's certainly one of the most difficult shots to play.
Oh, definitely.
But one of the most attractive shot to look at.
Yes, it's difficult because of the angle and where your head align, and sometimes we think, okay, we want to flick because it's on our leg side.
Yeah.
But if we can straighten ourselves, straighten our head, and be a lot more balanced, then it's easier for us to play those shots. And that's one of the difficult things in the armor of a batsman, to be able to play those on drives. Instead of trying to, flick it to the onside. But that was a good shot by Emmanuel. And like I said, he's one of the persons who definitely can up the ante and bring up the scoring rate a bit. He's tall, he's strong, and he has the shots array. So let's see how they go.
Yes, Stemmer. Now a little bit movement, but it's wide. It was pitched wide outside the off stump and went further away and called a wide. I didn't think he'll be too unhappy about that, the bowler. The intention, I'm sure, was to push it out there, keep it out there, and try to get the batsman to play at it. It's only that it went a little bit too far. Yeah. So that's Nanton continuing. No, that's all right, the right hander. And now he's getting some movement away from the left hander.
So we have a new bowler actually from the River Road end.
Yes, so that's Adams.
Adams. Yeah, I was just about to say, now we're seeing a little bit of swing. The right hander coming from around the wicket to the left hander and having a little bit of shape, which is good, which is a good skill to have. So let's see how that would go.
This time he was full and launched over long off, over long on, and that will go into the boundary for 4. 6, in fact, he went all the way. In fact, that was really good timing. In fact, he just looked like a little flick over the onside.
It didn't look like he had any much power on that. For me, it looked like he stretched for the delivery, and he's watching the bottom of his bat.
Yeah.
But well stroked. He picked up 6 runs, and like I keep saying, Daniel and Emmanuel are 2 solid batsmen. And I think the longer they stay in the wicket, St. Lucia would really be looking for a good total.
33 for 2, and certainly the total has jumped, as I say, rushed up to 33 for 2. Again, wide outside the also only call wide. Again, looking to probably keep it away from the hitting arc of the batsman.
Well, the idea is good. The line and length that needs to be adjusted. Getting the ball up, having the ball to shape away from the left-hander is what you want. It's one slip, backward point, square cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. There's no one on the onside. So the idea here is to bowl the ball outside the awesome, swinging, away from the left-hander, which is a very attacking field.
Yes.
It shows some confidence too,
yeah.
in the skipper and the coaching staff to have him have that 6-2 field. I don't know if he have a fine leg, fine leg possibly, but that's a very attacking field. And with the skill set that he has, for me, I would love that as well. Coming around the wicket, shaping the ball away from the left-hander. If he can be just a little more consistent, I think he can cause some problems.
Yeah. Probably could have tried to invest in an extra sleep. The fact that he's getting the ball to shape away from the left-hander. But leg buys on this occasion.
Well, he has not been very consistent, so I wouldn't give him a second slip. And he has not passed the bat very often to say, okay, well, you're warranted a second slip. Yeah. So you have to work for that. I think the skipper would have given you a slip that you can work with. And if you can be consistent, then I'll abide by you having a third slip or a second slip or a third slip or even a gully. But so far, things are not being played out in such. Find his bearings, ensure that he can peg a good area and
plead a case on merit.
Yes, plead a case on merit. Yeah. But St. Lucia has definitely upped the ante, and the scoring rate now has gone up to 4. So definitely now they're on the par to say they can get probably 120 runs.
Yes, yeah, indeed. Because it will. I think it will go up from here. It will, because it's to stay in there for a while. They can take the game totally away from St. Vincent by the end of it.
Yes.
Batting state.
Well, it's a lot of pressure, and that's just cricket. St. Lucia was batting 8 for 2. There's a good partnership between Emmanuel and Daniel to put themselves and the team back in a good position. I just think that St. Vincent would have missed the trick early up in trying to have them to play a lot more drives down the ground. We have seen a couple wickets fall easily. Yeah. And even when they are playing down the ground, their hands come off the bat. Yeah. It suggests that the ball is not coming on, as they would like. And you would have those lofted drives, and possibly you can get a cut between mid-on, mid-off, where they're thinking, okay, here's what. Once a ball is pitched up in a youngster's eye, he will want to go for a shot, unless you are super disciplined. I know when I was playing cricket, home, back home, it would be tip on one, run between the wickets. But once a ball is pitched up, we're looking to go, right down the ground.
That's right.
So I think St. Vincent would have missed the trick in trying to bowl too much short balls outside the off stump, yes, but more for them to play those shots, sort of shots, to see what would happen.
To talk about tip on one, tip on run, there is such a value in that form, that type of play, that type of game where you has to ensure that even for your own preservation, that when you play the ball, you play it so you give yourself enough time to get to the other end.
Yes. It builds the skill level of you thinking, okay, here's what, I'm not going to get out. Yeah. And at the same time, I don't want my partner to get out. Yeah. So it's a kind of safe run to say, okay, well, how safe it is that I can get around and nobody gets out. Yeah. It's sadly that we don't, and that helps us to develop hand and eye
Eye
coordination,
coordination, yes.
hand speed, and all of that, and to
Yeah.
be very, very quick between the wickets
Yes.
as well. But gone are the days when all those things are to be when batsmen can scoop,
Yeah.
reverse
Yeah.
sweep,
Yeah.
paddle, all sort of innovations in terms of scoring runs. So
Yes.
Chris Gale say why run a quick run like 86?
Yeah. But yes, so it's 36 for 2. And
Yeah, different time, different
Yes.
season. Yeah.
I think those are some of the fundamentals that we still need to adopt, in terms of play and our method and how we go about things.
Yeah, we have a change of bowling from the Dabo end. That's Brinson Williams
Yeah.
coming from the Dabo end. Tall, has a nice structure for a fast bowler. Long legs, good arms. Just to speak about the Adams in terms of his skill set, you can see his arm coming down from in the back of the wrist.
Oops,
That's a good delivery.
And it
That
came
one shaped in.
Like
Yeah, it gave Emmanuel a little bit of
Little problems, yeah.
trying to figure out how to maneuver this. And that's the sort of stuff, if he can be more consistent, having to start that ball just outside Arsenal and to get that late movement in, that would be good.
And probably that's the first time we've seen one move so much.
Yes,
Yeah.
in the air. In the air to the batsman.
Yeah.
Let's see how this goes. This should be a good challenge.
Again, similar type of delivery, and this time almost having Emmanuel play a little bit too early, and the ball came back quite a distance in the air, so he has to be very careful.
And again, like I said, St. Vincent would have missed the trick because they would have gone off, yes, but you can play a safe haven in terms of 2. You have the mid-off to come back a bit so you can save for the lofted shot and bring someone a little closer in just for what happened there, because you realize when the ball is pitched up, you get in an odd bounce.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good Yorker. He's definitely getting his bearings in. And I think just that, the field placement could be one that you have a safe haven, bring cover closer, have mid-off come back. So just in case it goes over cover, then you can cover that. Or if it lofted over mid-off, then you have a chance of still getting catch. One, you put pressure on the batsman that you have a fielder in front of him, so he might be tentative to either come forward. And 2, if he is going, then you have a chance of getting him out. So another one, he flicks this one, it's in the air, he could be caught. He is caught.
Yes.
He's gone.
Yes, again
Emmanuel,
movements,
again
movements.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I was just about to say that probably the mid wicket, the shortish mid wicket or a short extra cover somewhere in there, just in his eye line, would have upset with him. But again, it was almost a but that was an excellent over. That delivery before, that Yorker length delivery before, was an excellent delivery. And apparently he was going back for another one, and the batsman only able to sky it hit it up into the onside, and that's a big wicket.
Oh, definitely. That's a big wicket for St. Vincent. Emmanuel, like I said, has the potential to up the ante, has the potential to steady and mitigate and build a total. But like we said, from the ball 1, Williams showed some signs of late swing and definitely caused some problem for Emmanuel. Emmanuel trying to flick this one off the pads, didn't really time it as well as he would like. But like I said, the ball is pitched up, and you're getting that odd bounce from the ball being pitched up. And I think that would have done Emmanuel not getting the sort of timing that he would want. Ball lofted in the air, and a good catch running across towards deep mid-wicket by, I think, Nathan. And St. Lucia losing the third wicket?
Yes, and at a stage probably when they were beginning to pull things back and to probably pull away, it happened. But these things don't happen in cricket, and they will have to now set about again building another partnership. Yeah.
Yes, and 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, and so the cookie crumbles. Yes.
Yeah.
But let's see how things go. That's the end of the over. We start a fresh over with Cristiano. If he can understand, like I said, it's just about having to adapt to the conditions. If the coaching staff, the captain, or even players around can see what is happening when you pitch up the ball, having the players to drive more often, then you'll prefer to see more full balls or Yorker length balls than you see balls half trackers.
Indeed.
So because the intention now is to try and get the ball up, and having the batsman now to be a little more uncomfortable because of the way the wicket is. But certainly, let's see how things go. There is something happening. The
Bat is
batter
changing
is not,
his bat.
changing his bat. Not comfortable with the sort of bat he has. So he calls for a cleaner blade. I don't know what he's going to cut. But let's hope that this blade that he has works. Yeah, but one slip, backward point, cover, square cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. So wide signal by the umpire. The umpires had a little bit of work to do today.
Yes, quite a bit of exercise.
Quite a bit of exercise. No balls, wides, free hits. But it's the nature of the game.
Oh yes.
I wonder if they do have to go through some fitness exercise.
Yes, they do. They do. And
it's a lot of concentration, for our umpires.
Oh,
And this is trouble.
He's out.
This is really trouble.
LBW,
He's gone.
Right across
He's gone. Oh my! Like we said,
one bring two.
One bring two brings three, and here comes St. Vincent back again into the hunt. St. Lucia, 4 down, 37. Mayhem in the stadium.
Well, and nothing to do with the wicket on this. To do with the wicket, it was pitched right up to the batsman, and he had a swing, probably looking to hit it somewhere between mid wicket instead of looking to go down the ground, go straight, and missed. And when he missed that, I don't think he had any. There was no doubt that he was plumb LBW once he missed that. So more problem for St. Lucia, 37 for 4. And really the struggle continues for them, and who is going to stand up? Because at that rate, maybe we may probably see again, as I said, a total close to what Grenada posted this morning.
Well, we was hoping not, but the way things are, if St. Vincent keeps up with that sort of deliveries, we could be shorter. Definitely Cristiano is pumped. He's getting his Yorkers in. And Williams has definitely swung the ball. So I think St. Lucia has a lot of work to do to mitigate these two bowlers. And if they're going to bowl their four overs each, then there's a lot of work to do. Let's see how the other batsmen carry on. You never know. It just might be one batsman down in the tail that believes in himself and his ability and can probably see off this attack.
So, Samuel Shaw.
You can see how Cristiano, he's pulling down. You can see the action. You can see the wrist movement from his action coming down really nice from his delivery. And you can tell now that he can definitely be worked with some swing, some late swing. And he has been swinging the ball into the right-handers. And at some point, swinging it away from the left-handers. So let us see how he goes.
Delivery outside the off stump, and batsman going under the back foot. Probably could have been on the front foot to a delivery. Could have probably come forward too and get the full face of the bat too. Instead, he chose to go back and try to play it a little bit late, and he missed it, and went through to be taken by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, well, I'm not certain why they took out the slip. New batsman in, and your fast bowler.
Another full toss, chuck on the pad again.
He's gone.
And given two.
My goodness.
Well.
LBW. And that's what I'm saying. Pitching up the ball, having a little bit of in swing. It's difficult to negotiate those sort of deliveries. And St. Lucia in a state of bother. The defending champions are 5 for 37 in over number 11. And I'm like we were saying, Hector, if Cristiano can keep that ball up to the wicket with that lateral movement, he would be difficult to negotiate. And it's proven very difficult for St. Lucia here now as they take a water break.
Well, they need that.
But
They're falling like dominoes.
But certainly, kudos to the bowlers from St. Vincent. The first two bowlers would have bowled in a sort of goodish area up to the wicket. Have not bowled too many wides. I think the extras here are just 7 extras, and that tells how well they would have bowled in terms of keeping the ball close to the wicket, having the batsmen to play, and you see LBW. We have 3 LBWs so far, and it says that you're keeping the ball in a goodish area, having the batsmen to play, and that's what we would want from a coaching staff, to have your bowlers pitching up the ball, having the batsmen to play, and creating that area of doubt. What next to do?
Yes, it's the bowlers have simply been saying to the batters, well, we're going to attack those pegs, and you miss, I hit, and that's what has happened. The batters have all seemed to want to go across the line. Well, at that level, you'll find that, and as such, they found themselves in a situation they're in, 37 for 5. So the big question now is, are they going to pass 60? Are they going to pass the Grenadines score? Because we're now into the middle order, the middle to lower order. And one probably would think that the batsmen who are to come may not be as competent as those who have left.
Yeah, well, like I said, there just might be one person. There is always one person in the lower order who thinks, I'm a better batsman than they think. Why am I batting at 7 and 8? I used to think so when I was, at 10 and 11.
Yes.
It could be just one batsman that believes in himself that said, here's what, I'm going to probably attack this bowling. And you saw Head in that test against England, came out, swinging on a wicket that was not so friendly.
Indeed.
But because of his attacking style against the bowling, he made it look really easy. So here, probably to come out of this, one batsman can say, listen, I'm just going to play my game. Some edges can just fly. You get a couple boundaries, and then boom, you gone up to 60 for 5. And then now the fielding team is like, okay, how things going to go? And once something goes your way, normally it continues throughout the inning. So hopefully St. Lucia might have that one person in the lower end of the batting order that would say, here's what, I'm capable of doing this. I'm going to show the coaches that I need to bat at number 3 or number 4. You know what I mean? And sometimes we need that. Hector?
Yes,
sometimes you need that. A batsman knowing his ability, believing in himself, and saying, okay, I'm going to negotiate here. I'm going to attack this bowling. Probably chip down, maybe go across the off stump. Do little things that might just trigger the bowlers to think something else if they can hold their composure.
Well, as somebody might make a case and say, well, maybe you should promote Kimura Roach. What these things will happen in cricket from time to time. From time to time, you find this type of phenomenons, I call it, in cricket, where batters who see a particular stage in the game where someone who you least expect to produce the goods in that sense do not, and somebody else come forward and you wonder, well,
To be fair, Kimura Roach averages 22. 22 to 23.
Well, that's
from
better
a
than
batting average,
That's better than most of our top order batsmen.
That's what I'm saying. That's better than a lot of top order batsmen. So he can plead his case and say, hey, listen, 233 balls, for a 56 not out.
Yeah.
That's a good case in conditions where your top order couldn't last, much ball. So, but it happens in cricket, and that's just the reality in it. I mean, Tino Best, I think, got a 90, 90-something, and he would think, hey, I'm a good batsman.
Jerome Taylor would have
Jerome
gone
Taylor
out
got a
there.
century.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, it happens in cricket where you
Yeah.
have one batsman
Yeah,
down in
down
the
the-
order.
yeah, yeah.
That might just be your day.
Yeah.
And have some belief in himself
Yeah.
that we can get the job done. But
Talking
here we
about
are
that,
again. Williams been swinging the ball in. Can he do the same as Cristiano to pick up another 2 in the over?
gain that movement in, and batsman exposing quite a lot of his thumbs, I thought, on that occasion, and a dangerous thing to do. And the ball swinging back into the right-hander.
No, I think the St. Vincent captain or the coach would have perceived that the lower end would attack and would have opened up the field to a bit and taken out the slip. Now, if the slip was there with
That would
that
have been
ball coming off, you would have probably gotten another wicket. I still think that you're still in a good position to attack the way that your bowlers are bowling. Even if you have a fielder down at, let's say, deep mid-wicket, but you want your fielders close in, you know. For me, I think a third man probably should come up if you have a fine leg. You just bring the long leg closer, bring up third man, put in a closer fielder for the odd bounce.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he knocks him over, because he's backing away a bit and he's opening up all his thumbs to the swinging delivery again. You see, one can see that ball calling back into the right-hander, and he's trying to play it probably a little bit squarer than he should.
Yeah, but Hector, I would have taken the chance. I would have taken the chance. The bowlers are not express quick to say, okay, the ball might fly off the bat and you might go for 6 or you might go for 4. But I would have put my feelers in place just where the ball went there, backward point or slip, 2 balls in that area, you know, going catching, where your bowler is bowling the ball in the areas that you want. You want to give him the benefit of the doubt than expecting the batsman to hit him, you know. So I think St. Vincent would have missed a trick, but that just might be the crack that St. Lucia might need, you know, to level up and score some runs.
Yeah. So you can see now that probably deserve that on merit.
Oh yeah, well yes, definitely. I mean, as a bowler, once I'm pitching in good areas, I think I would say skip. I need a slip. I need some men to come in closer. If they do hit me, then okay, we resort back to something else. And that happens. Sometimes it works, but majority of the time we would want to do the things that I think is necessary for the game, within the context of the game. Easy dropped. Poor keeping.
And through the gloves.
That's an easy take on his right.
Yes, he's dropped.
The keeper, compared to the other keepers we have seen so far, is not too neat with the gloves from the St. Vincent keeper. I saw the Dominican keeper looking really nice and sharp, collecting from the left and the right, moving across. The Grenadian keeper also collecting nice. We saw a couple judge catch from the keeper here, collecting actually, and when the fielder sending the ball missing and causing some overthrows. So you'd have some work to do.
Gain a little untidiness in the field there by the Vincentian. It's easy when you're on top of the game like this to make errors, you know. The concentration now wavers a little bit because you're euphoric and you're excited, and that's when you're prone to make errors. So it's 41 for 5. It could have been 40 for 6, and really the Cats would have been among the pigeon by then. Let's say St. Lucia look to claw their way back. They look to fight to put up a total that can really challenge. In fact, it's it's going at a pretty slow rate, just over 3 runs are over, I should think, yes. And the delivery, which is dug out right up again in the block hole. And the Vincentian fast bowlers are really leaving in the crease area of the batters, and it has certainly bring some result.
Yeah, but I still think that the St. Lucia, St. Vincent players or giving St. Lucia an opportunity to really fight back here by still, having the feelers, you know, on the 30-yard circle or not too close in to create an avenue to put some more doubt in their minds. Yes, they might be attacking, but then when you give them easy singles, it becomes a lot easier for them to be more relaxed. They might be more selective in their shots, but you want to put them under pressure. Put some pressure where the feelers are close. And you're thinking, okay, if I joke here, I can't run, so I may have to play a flash drive. When you're playing the flash drives now, or you go out of position, you head out of position, you don't watch the ball as cleanly as you should.
So wide in the previous delivery, and another one down the leg side. So just as I said, just losing the plot a little bit, losing the probably just breaking concentration, and putting the St. Lucian extra runs via wide, and also giving the batters opportunity to just settle in a bit.
Yeah, and to see exactly what is happening. I know he's trying a lot. He's probably trying to get some Yorkers in here. But it's good effort from the fast bowlers. If he can just get it online, it will be much better. He goes again.
And does go pretty close to the umpire. Runs up and comes almost brushing the umpire as he passes. I always like to see bowlers who bowl from that type of angle, from pretty close to the wicket. You tends to, for the most part, attack the stumps and bowl stump to stump, and gives you a chance, a far better chance of LBW and bowl.
Yeah, definitely. He seems to be losing his line a bit. He's focusing on just trying to bowl Yorkers and strain down the leg side. If he can just focus back on getting the ball just outside the awesome, because he doesn't have a square. Well, no, they put one, and that's what I'm saying. So you're compensating now for something that is not necessarily needed. Just to go back to what you were doing in the basic way, you got the 2-3 wickets, and if anything else, then now you go back. You look to change.
That's right.
But I think now they've gotten 5 wickets. They're a little bit the blood is a little bit hot,
yeah.
So you're trying to do a little bit too much to try and bowl down St. Lucia, and you're causing a little bit of problems for yourself now. Like I said, you give St. Lucia an opportunity to, pick up a couple runs here and there. One batsman, you just need one to believe in himself and say, all right, you know what, I'm gonna get some. And I think St. Vincent actually missing the trick here in not, getting back to the basic bowling where they were bowling, putting the balls in the right areas, and not trying to overextend themselves in trying to rush the deliveries or rush the wickets.
Yeah.
Another.
I just look at the running or the way the bat is really all over the place.
Yeah, but like again, the keeper, another mishandled ball here and causing his team another single. That's an easy pick. It's not down the leg side. It's outside the off stump. You expect a keeper to just take that nice and easy, but that one went through his glove and creating now the left and right combination to change. So the bowler has to come over the wicket to the right hander, where he might be comfortable. I think he was more keen on bowling to the left hander and thinking that he can get him bowled down.
And good for another big swipe there. Again, a little movement into the batsman. But the batting we're seeing now, Troy, is an indication of probably a clear indication that they're into the tail of the St. Lucian. They are the early low order, not as competent as those we saw earlier. So I think it's more important now that the bowlers keep their focus and keep doing the things they were doing from in the beginning, bowling stump to stump, keeping the ball in line with the wicket, and ask the batsmen to negotiate it.
Yes, but certainly too, in terms of the standard, I would want to see the batsmen, be a lot more competent, be more ready, more steadfast in terms of their approach to the game, to approaching the wicket. it says that we have a lot of work to do when it comes to our lower development. You know, and it's a task, but you can see throughout the Caribbean we have the skill set, the natural ability, but it's to transition that into what you would want from your top players. You see, again, ball outside the off stump, top edge, and ball going down to third man and just picking up a single. Again, I think that St. Vincent is actually missing the mark in letting St. Lucia off the hook. And these runs could be very, very crucial,
very crucial.
when they turn to bat. If Emmanuel and there's a leg spinner, I think, from St. Lucia, puts the ball in the right places, it could be a difficult task for the St. Vincent team to get. But let's see how it goes. 13 overs, 13.3 so far, 47. Have another 12 overs to go. If we take that rate at 3 point something, that's another 36 runs.
Exactly.
It's close to 90.
Yeah.
90 on this wicket, if you bowl in the good areas, could be a difficult task.
Yeah. 46 for 5. Yeah. Charles is on 2. Vittles is on 3. Again, up in the air. Where has that gone? It has gone over the man and will bounce close to the boundary. Good footwork down there. And managing to save it. Probably saving 2 for his team. Yeah. The score has gone to 48. And now the batsmen now are growing confidence. The longer they stay at the crease, they will begin to become more confident, and probably you will see a couple more shots being played. And then a couple more mistakes are now on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowlers.
Yes, and you would expect that from your lower end batsmen. But I still think that I'm not one to believe in the half. That's a wide. One more to the total. But I'm not one to believe in the half mid off or half mid on.
Yes.
You know, it's either you're back or you up. And in this case here, you with knowing that the players would probably have a go. Like I said, you could have the mid wicket closer, and then give yourself some ground by having mid on or mid off back.
Yeah.
You know, so either way, if they look to go out, then you know you have coverage or not, and that's a pull shot. It's an awkward one, but he gets it past the boundary.
Yes.
And that's what you want. That's what we've been saying.
Indeed.
Just one person down there, Caleb Charles, has pulled this one around backward square. Reflective shot.
Yeah, because
off the hip, and just reacted it. They timed it well, and that one went to the boundary. That brings up the 50 for St. Lucia, 53 for 5. And like we said, that can be just what you need. The energy and the eye opener, the blood start to flow. Here we scoring runs, and that can change it for the St. Lucians here.
Yes, delivery just shaping into the batsman and being just turning around and playing it down there and getting 4. So that's more like it. But again, coming off the outer push, the inner portion of the bat. But that's where you want to be. You want to be in that general area, full right up to the batsman, and ask them to play and introduce the fall shot. So I hope they would continue to, concentrate and hold the ball in those areas.
Yeah, well, Williams would have bowled 3 overs, 12 runs, 1 wicket. But certainly, the way he have bowled would have it's much better than his stats will show. I think that, like again, they're looking to bowl down the lower end instead of trying to revert back to having the batsman make the mistakes, and that's normally happens when you pick up 5 wickets in an inning and you're thinking, okay, here's what we need to just bowl them down. We overemphasize, we overthink, and then 2 2-2s, you realize the batsmen are scoring runs by inside edges.
Yes,
like I said, inside edges,
Mhm.
half edges, half chances
Yeah,
not
yeah.
taken, and then the score goes up, and then you wonder,
Yeah.
what to do, and then you have to go back to the basic.
Well, it's I always believe that what cricket has showed me is that bowlers, there are some bowlers who are adept at taking wicket at the top of the order, and they're not very good at getting rid of tail end lower order batters. As well as there are some bowlers who doesn't pick up too many wickets at the top of the order, but they will be very lethal against lower order bowlers. Well, whether it's a mindset or it's just a question of the approach probably to one bowler to one part of it, one half of the team against the other. Really something that probably you could always, argue.
Oh yes, certainly. Sometimes bowlers feel a lot more comfortable with a bruised ball,
Yeah.
a used ball than a newer ball.
Mhm.
And that too is because we practice with used balls. We don't practice a lot with newer balls.
Yeah.
So sometimes a bowler might think I can put out more energy because he might have more control with a older ball
that's true.
than with a newer ball. So he can be more accurate. He can exert himself more to the wicket. But here we go. Here again, it's pulled down to long on. Long leg, sorry, and they only scamper for one into us.
Yes.
So down the leg side, he got into the good position, pulled, didn't get enough connection that he would want it, and only to get one run. The score moves on to 55 for 5.
There was one bowler, one Patrick Patterson, who may not have picked up a lot of top order batsmen. But if you look at his stats, you will see that 9-10 Jack really never had too much of a chance with him. He'd quickly wrap tails up rather easily. But this is what we was talking about. Whereas there are some top order bowlers who struggle a bit with the lower order batters. And as a bowler, in fact, lower order batsmen are not very not very easy to bowl to. As I said, they will hit the ball in some strange areas, ball comes off inside edges and stuff, and I think very frustrating.
And that seems to be another wicket. Yes, another wicket. He's gone. Samuel is gone.
So that's a big breakthrough again. That's a big breakthrough again. It's 56 for 6. And of course, a little cameo by him comes to an end. And not much of a cameo. He's made only 3. But they have put a little partnership together. And with little contributions like that, down the order, St. Lucia probably could look at scoring somewhere close to 80-90, which will certainly give the Vincentian something to chase. Of course, with this St. Lucian bowling, probably they would think if they can get anything around 80 or 90, they would have a good chance of winning. But he's gone. And probably that would just bring the St. Lucian concentration back, the Vincentian concentration back, and the bowlers will go back to doing what they did previously. So Caleb Charles is on 10. He has looked the most enterprising of the lower order batters so far. Oh, and this has been blocked there by the tall left-hander. So that's Ciro. Gavi Ciro was coming tall, left-handed batsman. 6 for 56 at the end of the over. And St. Vincent would want to wrap this thing up rather quickly. So you'd want to think that Gavi Ciro, who probably would be one of the, he's pretty tall and slim, probably one of the faster men from St. Lucia. It does look like almost like a the bat almost looking like a toothpick in his hand, tall man. Reminds me a bit of Dante Alexander from here. Maybe not as big, but he's tall and even the walk. Yeah.
He is definitely tall.
Yes.
Can he do something with the height at the same time? It's a nice blade he has there with the SS.
Yeah. He faced one delivery so far and didn't look too gainly.
Right.
But again, he's just come in.
Are we seeing spin for the first time in the St. Lucian inning? Seems to be spin. Bowes. Oh, that's a good one. Oh,
dropped,
flashes dropped
through the hands.
straight through. I think he was a little too close.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, by the time the ball,
The hands went up.
by the time the ball passes, his hands
It's
came
Williams.
after.
So Williams in the into the attack.
It's a chance gone there. Oh, that's a good area. And he's bowled him. So bowled him.
Knock back the pegs. Easy.
Oh, this is good spin. It's
Yeah.
two good deliveries.
Yes.
Back to back in the right spot.
Mm.
And that's a state of border for St. Lucia. They're 7 down now for 55. Would they get to the 60, 61?
Well, that's the question we were asking for the last, half an hour? Well, I guess that would be answered in the next over or two. Yeah. So, not happy sailing, not too smooth sailing for the St. Lucians at all. They were insulted. And they're at 55 for 7. And they're in danger of being pulled out for a total that's probably way under par. Spinner has come in and has picked up a wicket in his second delivery. Williams. Just tempting the batter to go down the ground and having a big swish at it and missing. So the off spinner would be happy because it seemed like it's another lefty who was another left-handed batter who has come to the crease. The captain very meticulous in setting his field. Of course, most off spinners would like to bowl to left-handers, get the ball to leave the batsman. Quickly a slip is in place, a slip and fill that backward point. So it's going between the umpire and the stump, it seems. Yes. And tosses it up and pushed into the onside. There is no run. So 2 new batters at the crease again, and that's what St. Lucia haven't been able to seal one end. Wickets have almost been falling on both ends through all the innings so far, and this one is high and pulled away on the onside, but can't score either. And no ball signal by the umpire. It was a little bit high, just over the hip, and it will be a free hit. Let's see if they can capitalize on the free hit. Thomas down the track he goes and couldn't do much with it as he was foxed into the bowler, pushing the ball across him, away from him, seeing him coming down the track. And all he could have done was to hit it down towards mid-off. Got the single. takes the score on to 57. Every run now is like goal. 57 for 7. And again, Tallman just was getting his feet all tangled up. I don't know what he was actually trying to play. Looks so ungainly trying to do it. He's very tall and taps away at the crease and waits for Williams. And he's going for down the ground. And where has that gone? That has gone down towards long on. And another single has been hard. So just banging on the bat, probably thinking he could have done better with that. But at the end of the over, the end of it, 58 for 7. Yeah. Sarah is on 1. Thomas is on 1. And Lucia trying to drag themselves towards a defendable total. Remember this morning, Grenada would have scored 60, 61. Dominica did make very light work of it. Lucia must be hoping that the same doesn't happen. Just get the feeling that they will need to put a few more runs on the board. To the spin again from the other end. So the spinners coming into the game at this moment. And swinging away down the leg side of the ball, I hope it probably could be buys, rolling away down towards the boundary as it is gathered and returned. Let's see what the umpire would say. Wides, in fact. It was down the leg side, and again just giving it away a bit. The Vincent, the keeper couldn't pull it in, and 2 more runs to St. Lucia. 60 for 7. All of those runs count. Start of a new over by Baptiste. Comes in and delivery outside the off stop and steered away into the offside, just behind point on the offside. The fielder slip comes across and does the fielding. It's no runs. Delivery given, generous flight. No real aggression showed there by Cyril. Again, a delivery defended up on the onside. This time thinking about a single. And the fielder at mid-wicket comes across and prevented any chance of the single. 61 for 7. Again, a delivery struck up into the offside. No runs. Thomas is on 1. Gavi Sarok is on 1. As he takes strikes and going to go long, but just drags it down towards mid-wicket. And the fielder at mid-wicket had to just run back about 10 meters to do the fielding. In the meantime, the batsman crossed for which is another single. So the runs are just trickling. 62 for 7. Return of Thomas. Gets a Yorker delivery, digs down on it. Pushes it back up on the onside of the wicket. Snow runs, 62 for 7. This time that would be wide down the leg side. So not good control. The second wide. So far delivered by Baptiste. He's having a little difficulty with his control. 63 for 7. Sebada comfortably going onto the back foot and pushing it back up on the onside to be fielded by the bowler. There is no run at the end of it. 62 for 7. The latest score here at the National Stadium, remembering, is St. Lucia, defending champion St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines in match number 2 here for the day. Earlier on during the course of the day, Grenada would have lost to Dominica. Grenada's going 60-61, and Dominica getting that for the loss of 2 wickets. And certainly St. Lucia battling here, 62 for 7. As so with the start of another over, 62 for 7. Right, so 62 for 7. As Williams will continue. Williams will continue.
I like that they have passed the 61 mark.
It's gone to 63. Yeah.
It's a big swing.
Swing and is out. Stump. That
He's
would
stumped?
have to be stumped. No, says the umpire. Oh, yes.
He's gone?
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he did look out from here.
Oh.
Went for a big swish, Sorrow. And sorry for him. Had to go, tall man. Of course, a tremendous reach, but did go down the pitch looking to advance and missed. And he was stumped, so 63. 63 for 8. So the end is near for St. Lucia, you would think.
Yeah, but there's still some time. Another 8 overs to go, and probably didn't connect. I think the objective here was to go after the spinners, but certainly I think would have done better to try and pick the right ones, choose the right ones to heave off. Missing that one, as we were speaking about the keeper, in not collecting properly, was a great piece of glove work there to have that dismissal on his name. And St. Lucia in further trouble, 63 for 8.
You seen keeper showing your time, who seem not to be able to collect anything, but the catch is what matters,
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah.
We all had our moments, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
we've seen guys who are in the outfield will drop everything, and then no sooner you play one to them, they always seem to gobble you up. Yeah. It's just one of the things about the game.
yes, definitely one of the things about the game where you sometimes think you have all the control, but yet for nature shows you up. Who's really in control,
Yeah.
or you get to
Yes,
laugh a bit for
I drop everything that comes to me, and as soon as your turn, I'll gobble you up. You wonder why you. 63 for 5 for 8.
I had my share of dollies that was dropped. I could understand in betweens. But here's Williams now.
They have a good week. He took 2 wickets for 3 runs so far, so he's been very economical, and what he has done well is to attack the stumps, bowl in that area, and a quick single being taken. Well, these two will have to employ that type of tactics now. They have to be able to just drop the ball and run and try to see as much runs as they can get for the team.
But he has been bowling in good areas, pitching pitching the ball up to the wicket, having some turn away from the batsman, and now and then would try and slide in a quicker ball. So he has been showing good variation in his 2 overs. 2 overs for 4 runs, 2 wickets. And you can see the confidence he has when he comes to bowl, and that's certainly someone that you definitely want to have in your armor. Definitely for someone to look towards as the tournament progress. Would play a key role. Certainly, now that the weather seems to be very, very good for cricket, that we would get the 50 overs in. It would certainly be of a challenge for the batsman, for him bowling a full 10.
Indeed.
To see how well they can negotiate the turn and the craftiness of his skill.
It's also good to see at this age group, though it's 50 over game, but it's a long enough game to test their endurance and everything else and their skill over that long period. Yes, and in the absence of 2 days, 2-day cricket, that is so much, It would have had some bearing.
I think we need that too.
Yeah.
Some people might think that the 50 overs are a little bit too much for them,
No,
but we need that sort of endurance, constant batting deliveries around the same areas, the angles and all of that, to really develop our minds going forward.
Of course. We've seen even at the longer version of the game, players have difficulty concentrating for long periods.
Yeah, I think, yes, now in the Caribbean, we play less than, we used to before. Vehicles and, technology and everything kind of takes over, when we would have been playing more consistently. By the back road, in the road,
behind the house, underneath the house,
wherever we can, No, we have to find time, we have to find space, and evening time with the lights in the stadium, lighting up the stadium, coming into existence in short time. That would help in terms of development and how much a player can train or be able to practice cricket. So hopefully, the lights coming in can give those youngsters something to really want to be a part of. Most of the grounds in Grenada are being lit, which is really nice. And that would give us that opportunity for, parents and youngsters who come from school, may take a rest, have to go and do some chores, and in the evening now, they can still get that opportunity to play the game or be part of a training program or so.
Or to put it another way, that's what we're hoping for. But one of the biggest issues is getting these young people out of the house. It's okay, the lights. It's already, we didn't have the lights, but we never wanted to stay inside.
Oh yeah, certainly.
It's totally different now.
Yeah.
One of the things I always say is that I remember growing up, I parents would beat you when you go and play. Now you virtually have to beat the kids to go out there and play. So.
Switching guard, right? Switching guard.
So it's another thing that we have to consider. We have to find ways and means of getting them out there, make sure that they're playing. Yeah, not only talking cricket here.
In general. In general. Before you didn't have to ask us to go and play. We outside. Either we go and play. We in the river. Go and hold crayfish. Sometimes these kids you have to probably bribe them. Go and play with your friends. It's a gadget here and a gadget there, and that's why so much of our youngsters are not so flexible. The mobility and all of that. Coordination and stuff have a lot to work to do because we're not outside in the doing the little things that we would have done years ago. Crossing river and all those kind of things.
Of course.
So it's a lot of work to do, psychologically, mentally, and socially for us to really develop our cricket and outside of cricket, for development for our youngsters.
Now you're seeing a lot more kids obese and suffering from all kind of chronic diseases, which was a thing of the past, and only people of a certain age is to be bothered by that type of complaints now, since very young people. So, but, I guess there's still hope. There's still, that these things can turn around.
Well, education is the
Yeah.
key. The knowledge that we need to really nurture our kids and take the full brunt of responsibility to give them the information, not just have it, but give them and ensure that it's being applied,
Yes.
so
indeed.
that we can definitely see a difference in our growth. And with the technology, things should be, and I say should,
Should. Yeah. We'll underline that one.
should be, better and more effective and more efficient
Yeah.
for us in terms of development.
Yeah.
But it's yet to be seen and displayed throughout not just cricket, but a lot of the other disciplines where our youngsters are being coached and developed.
Yeah, should in inverted commas. Yeah.
He's bowled a full toss. It's gone in safe mode. And a ball that he should have put away, tried to block,
That happens.
and missed it completely.
Yes, this too happens.
And it cannoned into leg stump. And we have Williams here getting his third wicket.
Yes. And what he's done well, as I said, is that he just kept it simple. Yeah.
That's the most important thing. He
Race.
kept it simple. Put it in a place where the batsman would have to make the mistake.
Yeah.
Let them make the decision of what they need to do. I am making a decision of putting the ball there.
yeah.
You have to score runs
Yeah.
for me to chase.
Yeah.
Let me see what you're going to do.
Yeah.
And with the ball right in front of you, not trying too hard. And that's what I was saying with the Pacers. They got the early inroads, and then they tend to try a little bit too much.
Too much, yeah.
Cristiano was really, really nice.
Yeah.
Williams came in and swung the ball in, creating some problems. And now we have in here St. Vincent bringing on their spinners to try and tie things up.
I like this number 3 player. This guy seem to really enjoying this, loving this, and you love to see how his batting goes.
Well, yes. I mean, if it's one thing that the youngsters will do is enjoy their
Yeah,
cricket,
yeah.
no matter what, whether they're scoring or not. They would be teasing each other, but they would enjoy their cricket, and that's what you want.
Yeah.
Most importantly,
Yes, yeah.
for them to enjoy what they do.
Right. Yes, and that's how you learn. Yeah, you learn through enjoying what you do. I don't know. Well, as a coach yourself, I guess you would have noticed certain changes in the way the kids now are developing. You have situations where 12-year-old, 11-year-old, you ask them to use a rope to skip or something, and they can't skip, and you wonder.
Yeah,
At that age when we were growing up, this was just natural stuff for us to do, because we were constantly doing this, not knowing what we were doing then. We were just having fun.
Yeah, but there was a lot of games too.
Yes.
For girls and boys, playing in the road,
Wrong doors
or
and
in the pasture.
yes, we would
Yeah.
play wrong doors on Sunday evening
Yeah.
against girls, against
Yeah.
boys and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And we didn't know it was helping,
Mhm.
accuracy in throwing, because you had to,
Yeah, and it's funny. I mean, some of the daycares and all the institutions have those things
Yeah.
there, but I'm not certain if it's there just for being their sake, or is it being utilized? Because I could, if you look at the hopscotch,
Yeah.
if you look at the skipping,
Yeah.
those things give you coordination, foot movement,
Yeah, but when a
and some
teacher,
mobility.
But when a teacher, it is not part of the teaching culture now. The age of the teachers now, they have not been exposed to this type of thing, so they have not much interest in it. So to impart those and to do this, it's sort of difficult. It doesn't come naturally to them.
Yeah,
so-
I think you're right, and but also, I think they see it as work.
Yeah.
They see it as a task.
Yeah.
For them to having to teach this or having to do this, because it's not something that they themselves would have gone through.
Right.
So it's kind of difficult to pass on something that you
Yes.
necessarily
Oh,
have not
that's-
been a part of.
That's right.
So you cannot blame them per se, but such is how things are. different generation, different way of doing things, different way of, assessing and analyzing. But for me, I think some key basic principles would definitely always be there
Yeah.
that we'll have to follow.
Indeed.
Yes, we have to be innovative. We'll have to change a couple things, but
Yeah.
the core of what builds has to remain,
Yeah.
for us to really go forward. So if we have the core, then we can go forward. While we going forward, then we can adapt.
Yes,
For
indeed.
instance, A.V. de Villiers with the 360, his core
Cool.
is basic technique, and then now you take the basic technique and you make a 360 player out of the person.
Lovely
you
shot
know?
there. Mm.
Yeah, but we want to have 360. We want to do all the
Yeah,
nicey things,
yeah, yeah.
Ramp,
Yeah.
reverse sweep, normal sweep, paddle, and all those things without the basic,
right, yes,
fundamental
and that's where it comes.
of
Yeah.
front, just
Yeah.
forward movement, front and back, so once we can do that, then we will have a better chance of growth and development.
Yes. It's now what, 73-9, and these two youngsters out there trying to, that's Thomas and Shalwi, trying to get as much as they can here in the tail end. 1 wicket to fall for St. Lucia, and comes forward, lovely defensive shot, and looking pretty good. This young Thomas, looking good in defense. Taps away at the crease. Again, this time is pushing it up on the offside. He seemed to be a dogged little player, gusty little player.
Well, like I said, he is one of those players down in the tail who thinks, hey, listen, I am capable of, doing the things that the top order can do. But he looks correct. He looks to be playing the
that's
ball
what I'm
on
talking
the
about.
merit, coming back in good position, and I'm playing the ball on the offside. I'm looking to pick up a single. Can his other partner hold his end? Williams seemed to have him in a bit of border. Just haven't gotten through. But that happens when you batting with those batsmen who are sort of tentative, and you're thinking you might get through, and you haven't. Now here he goes now,
nice.
a little shorter because he's trying to bowl a little quicker
Yeah.
to see if he can get him on the back foot. But he just wants to have him playing in the same area, tossing up the ball, and hopefully, he can probably have a swing.
Well, lovely.
See, for me, no, that's a little bit too fast for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's already thinking, okay, I want to get him on the front foot. Send it up, give it a little more flight, and let him look like he wants to go for a shot.
Yeah.
That is what you would want to get into him. But Williams thinking, okay, he's been playing on the back foot. Maybe I bowl a little faster ball that I can, have him trapped. But I think if he slows it up a bit more, entice him now to see the ball in the air and play a shot like that.
Yes.
That's a little too fast for him still. A little fast for me, I believe. If he slows it up a bit, that would entice him to probably go for a shot rather than trying to block it and see out the over.
That's smiling because he looks so correct, so positive, and there you see pushing at one, and it, went a little bit in the air.
Yeah, because he has gone into defensive mood, and he's thinking, okay, here's what. There's a bowler that's been bowling well. Instructions may have been sent out to say, okay, let's just see him out, and then maybe the other bowlers we can probably target.
Stayed
That's
away
a
for a
good
single.
shot.
Of course
Shot.
it is.
Scamper for a single,
single.
and it got in.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yes,
Well
indeed.
played. Came back on the back foot. Faster delivery by Williams, and played on the offside, and he collects one. That's good cricket.
Just to go back a bit to something we were talking about. I don't know if this still exists. I remember when I used to be praying, in days when parents were really strict, and you couldn't, they didn't want you to go out and play as you wanted to, and I would pray for someone to come home, and when someone came home, my granny would say, "All you go and play,"
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
because you couldn't be around big people conversations and
Right,
stuff and things and so on
yes,
and so forth.
yes, yes. Our foreparents always wanted
Hmm?
to hide something from
Before
us, or never wanted us to be around, big people
big
conversation,
conversation,
So we
yeah,
had no other choice but to
yeah, yeah,
go
yeah.
outside and play.
Play, yeah.
But parents these
These
days
days, yeah.
are a lot
More,
more
yeah.
reserved.
Tough, yeah, yeah.
They don't want their child get bruised.
Booze, yeah,
What I mean?
yeah.
So stay inside.
Right, yeah.
we get so caught up in
Which
terms
I'm,
of
yeah.
yeah,
We become
not
overprotective in a way,
overprotective. That's
Yeah.
it. Overprotective in terms of
Yeah.
how we want to protect
Take
our kids.
yeah.
But sometimes
Yeah.
in protecting
Them,
them
them.
is allowing
And
them
them
to
them
learn on their
their
own
good. Yeah.
and having those little marks of bruise.
Yes, yes, yes.
So they know now, hey, I'm not going to go and do this. So you don't have to tell them. They would learn on their own, and that helps with their development
Yeah.
in knowledge and growth.
Yeah.
Cause you can't shield them from
No,
from
forever.
everything.
But the marks and the bruise were testimonies of our involvement and our toughness and everything else back then.
Yeah, but it's good to see the toughness here of the St. Lucians.
Yeah.
Putting themselves out after batting
Yeah.
55 for
5 for
5.
5, yeah.
They're now 74
For
for
9,
9.
yeah.
A little bit of resistance from the last two batsmen. Thomas is on 3, and Shallery is on 4.
Yes.
And definitely looking to see how much they can get in the next 3 overs that's left.
Yeah.
So the St. Vincent players would have brought back the ace pacer Cristiano to see if he can wrap up the innings. Oh!
Yeah. Make it another single. But this is.
And that's
Was he struck on the helmet or something?
He struck on the head. He didn't have a helmet. The keeper actually, that ball flied through his glove.
Yeah.
And he would have to call.
Yeah, the physio would have
to come and have a look.
But this is a no. If he's keeping up, he'll have to wear a helmet.
But he wasn't keeping up. I just think it was a bad miss
yeah.
by him. Actually, I think he's a little bit too close to the wicket too. For a keeper, he's not back and he's not up. So he's midway, and his glove work is showing up in terms of what he has done so far. Yes, and that's certainly one for Border. He may have to come off here.
Yeah.
Look like his nose is probably bleeding.
Yeah.
And that is one that we
struck up of the eyes.
We would have to be concerned about.
Yeah. He should have been using the helmet no matter what.
Well, I think the pacer is back. For me, I think he was just too close to the wicket.
Yeah.
And he was not far back, and he was not up to the stump. And I just think it was a bad miss. He didn't, in terms of getting himself out of the way, the proper technique to collect.
Yeah.
And the ball was pitched up, so should have been in a better position to collect. But let's hope that St. Vincent can have another keeper to fill in. It's just one more wicket, so I don't think that they would risk him having to keep. Never know what could happen with the knock. It looked like a flush hit from the wicket. And it's always a bad sign when you see a fielder being struck by the leather ball, whether being hit by a bowler or the ball coming off the bat.
Yes.
It's not another good side. It's always reminiscent of Hughes and the situation that happened in Australia.
Yeah.
But We haven't gotten a replacement, and Cristiano would continue to bowl. It's a drive, square of the wicket. Comes in, collects, and he dives.
It's really
But
gusty
that's a
little
good
player.
dive.
Yeah, a gusty
Good
little
run
player.
in between the wickets here. Good call. They called and they ran immediately. It seems like the two batsmen have a good sense of understanding between each other. And the ball was struck square of the wicket, backward of point, collected by the fielder, but they immediately called one from the onset, and I think that would have saved him. And that's the important thing when we're taking quick singles, to call early, make the initial decision that I'm running, and get to the other end as quickly as possible.
It's good sometimes when you see these youngsters coming through and you can link them with some former players or people that you know.
Right.
Yes, just been informed by a little bit of that Jean-Claude. He's the son of Claudius Emmanuel, a guy who would have done commentaries here with us at some point. And also the cousin of Craig Emmanuel.
Yes.
So
so
they have
Emmanuel is a selector at the same
of
time.
course. So cricket, so these guys, basically, it's good to see that second generation or third generation players, second generation players are coming through, and and probably these surnames and thing will long remain in the game in the Caribbean,
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that is our
as you say that, we was looking at the the mold in terms of where the cricketers will come from. And most of the time you get those that are more
First, second,
acquainted
third
from
generation,
the second, third generation who have played cricket already,
Really.
and like the genes will now continue.
Yeah.
But the outside of that, the persons who have not been, it's a difficult task, to really have them doing the things that you would want from a coaching point of view. But it's good to see that you have that generation. You have some that don't follow.
At all.
But it's good to see that you have that generation that is continuing and want to be family, relative, cousin, uncle, brother.
I know there are many of us who wish like it was biological, so you could make a second generation cricketer.
Right. Yeah.
You could produce one, but it doesn't happen that way. It's just that they have their own mind, and they may not even gravitate to the game that you would have with a name in.
Yes.
But this last pair is really holding up the Vincentians. But it's good to see.
Oh yes, definitely.
It's really good for the game.
And that's the character of a team, and that's why it's considered a team. It's not a one-man sport, and that's a team effort from start to finish. Just as the West Indies would have done with Kimara Roach and Justin Graves. To stick that out, that's a good effort. That's a really, really good effort to get it down in New Zealand.
And I want to think now that more people will be looking at the game from tonight again. They're expecting another fight from West Indies. So I think they're in action again this evening.
Oh yes,
sometime,
yes. More people definitely would turn in to see what would happen. I mean, our hope in Shah has been incredible as a batsman in all formats. And if we can just get a 2-3 batsman who would want to stick around and show the consistency that he has shown, averaging over 55. It's incredible. I think that's the only batsman we have within the lineup that averages so high or even close to 40. And if you look at the other teams, and that's why Coach Sammy would have stated certain things. We have players being on the West Indies team that averages just around 20-something, 30.
Another wide.
If you look at most of the top teams, India, Australia, England, you have from 1 to 4, their average is either 40, 44, 43, So it says that on a consistent basis, they would score runs. So we need that to happen in the West Indies. And how long it would take?
I think that's the frustrating part of it, and so so when you hear certain sentiments being expressed, I don't think it's about hate, but it's about for the want of bringing back some kind of hope and thing to West Indies cricket, and for the people who follow West Indies cricket. think the followers sometimes they may sometimes make remarks, say certain things, but it's not out of malice, but out of wanting the team to do well.
Oh yes, certainly, and I think right now that the Vincentian contingent would want John
Yes.
to do well
Well,
here to pick up this last
Just
wicket
wicket.
and
Yeah.
to end this
This
inning.
innings, yeah.
But it's a little bit of task. Here comes a
Yes,
full
it's really
ball outside the
young,
off
yes,
stump.
and wide.
Seems was signaled by the umpire now wide. And like I said, they have gone just a little bit, a little astray in terms of trying too hard to pick up the wickets. John came from the River Road end,
Yeah.
and he did get some swing, got some results here. He only picked up one wicket, but he's changed now to come from the Dabo end, and that could be a difference. No, he
Yeah.
has to get a different run up, a different feel, and that could be a difference in
Yeah.
how he performs in this late stage.
Yeah.
For youngsters at a bigger age, you would think, okay, well, you might be you can adapt to
Yeah.
any end
Yeah.
of the wicket,
Yeah.
but in rhythm, consistency, and confidence, I think they should have kept him from the same end that he
Yeah.
came to finish up his overs.
Yeah. But that's just exactly what we were talking about.
It's in the air.
Yes, it should be.
It's under it. It's being
yes,
caught.
it's taken.
That's it.
So
It's the end of the innings.
yeah. But a brave little stand by the numbers 10 and 11 comes
Oh,
to an
yes.
end.
Zakiel
And,
Thomas and
yes.
Terrell Shalwi,
Yeah.
four runs each. And that's the end of the innings. St. Lucia batting, only able to score 78 in 23.4 overs. And that's the first inning here at the National Stadium. Bowling for St. Vincent, we have Jashawn John, 4.4 overs, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Jaden Cardence, 4 overs, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Cristiano Ada, 5 overs, 16 runs, 3 wickets. Brinson Williams, 3 overs, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Ahmad William, 4 overs, 6 runs. That's the pick of the bowlers for 3 wickets. And Liam Batiste, 3 overs, 13 runs, and he did not pick up a wicket. Your thoughts, Justin?
Well, all in all, I thought it was a good all-round performance by the Vincentian in the field. They held on to most of the catches, or maybe almost all of the catches that would have come to them, and that was really good. The fielding were very good. We saw some very good fielding stops around the boundary, and all in all, it was a good all-round performance. And they now has a chance of really overhauling that total. So they have placed themselves in a position where probably they could go on. I'm not saying they will, but they could go on to secure a victory here at St. Vincent and the Grenadines if they bat well.
Oh, yes. Good day for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the bowlers. The pacers looked really, really well. The spinners complemented them extremely well. Little things in the field, but great catching. I think they held on to all the catches.
Yeah.
For me, like I said, some field placement could have been different, which could have probably restricted St. Lucia to a lower total. But being that said, 78 is the score. This is what St. Vincent would have to get. Like I said, Emmanuel, the captain of the St. Lucian, would possibly be the head attack for them going forward. He can swing the ball. He can create problems for the Vincentians openers. And if they can get a couple early wickets, it would definitely see what the core of the St. Vincent batsman has to really get to that 98.
Yeah.
So it
was only wickets that really pegged St. Lucia back.
Yes, definitely. So we'll be back here in the next 5 or 10 minutes to get you the St. Vincent innings. St. Vincent and the Grenadines will have to chase 79 in 25 overs. So we'll be back at the National Stadium in a short.
Yeah, so welcome back. Uh, and no ball to start with. So what are an auspicious start by St. Lucia. Bowling a no ball, first delivery and a free hit. And chasing a very small total of 78, 79 to win. To be giving away extras like that and free hit very early. Probably not what the doctor orders for St. Lucia. So St. Vincent is on the way, on the way. And certainly one expects a rather good chase, a good second game here, second innings of the game. And it will be a free hit for the batsman. So let's see what transpires. Delivery is wide outside the off stump and with signal wide, so the free hit still in effect. And extras again, Joy, which really would not help the cause of St. Lucia defending a pretty small total.
Well, certainly not, Hector, and what we was complimenting St. Vincent about in terms of not bowling extras and having no balls. And here comes St. Lucia, first delivery, giving a free hit and 2 extra run so far.
Again wide. Yes, confirmed by the umpire now again. So certainly hasn't bowled a legal delivery yet.
Well, it's pressure on the bowler, having a total of 78 to defend, and coming in looking to want to bowl fast, looking to create some inroads, just losing his way a bit. But certainly he needs to pick up the slack and get the ball where the batsman can play. He is getting a little bit of swing, and if certainly he can put the ball in the right areas, then it would be he couldn't be a handful.
Certainly. Again wide outside the off stump, and this time probably no, the umpire wouldn't go up, so they haven't made any use of the free play, of the free hit. And obviously midfielder they left out, but smart bowling in the end, although he did produce a couple of wides, he did get it away from the hitting range of the batter. So
well, he has one slip, short cover, extra cover, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, quick single taken. And that's a good start from St. Vincent point of view.
yes,
The difference in the two teams and in the openers, where you would have had the St. Lucian batsman playing the ball in the outskirts and not picking up the single. And then you would have now St. Vincent and the Grenadines playing here and looking now to pick up the singles. Williams and Lavier having the attack. And we'll definitely look to see how they can just pick up the ones and twos while they set a platform for the rest of the St. Vincent batsmen.
that's all they need to do really. Delivery again wide outside the off stump, going away from the left-hander. So he's getting some shape. He's getting some shape away from the batsman. Delivery going away from the left-hander. And of course, what I think they would want to do, what they need to do, is to pick up wickets, because they need to peg St. Vincent and the Grenadines back, chasing a poultry total, which is like that. Although,
but that would be the ideal
movement
thing.
away.
That would be the ideal thing for them to pick up 2 quick wickets, peg St. Vincent back on the back foot. But still, there's a lot in the wicket. I think once they put the ball in the right areas, even if they haven't gotten off to a good start and probably getting a couple of wickets, there's still the opportunity, because the wicket in itself, like we said, if you pitch up the ball, you'll get the odd bunks and so. So I think that St. Lucia should not be too perturbed if they do not pick up early wickets.
And as we see there is
that's it.
yeah. So there is movement, there is swing, so there is always assistant. The bowlers are being assisted, so
That was a good delivery.
so they should be encouraged.
That was a sweet delivery. And we was talking about the swing, not so much from the openers of the St. Vincent bowlers.
Yeah. The St. Lucian. Yeah.
Cristiano and Adams, they got some late swing, but we seen here now Gilbert swinging the ball really nice for the left-hander, full toss, driven through cover, and they scamper for one. And that's the pressure you want to put on the fielding team, hitting the ball actually directly to the fielder. But because the fielder is further back, they are able to come across for one and pushing the total for 5 in the first over.
And 5 runs per over they would win the game in about 15 overs. So it's very, very good start. Yes, that's what you want. Also the urgency very, very early on and scamper the singles, run hard, take the singles, because that is what will take the pressure off and really put the pressure back on the St. Lucian.
And it will be smart batting. You don't necessarily have to go for the big shots, and that in itself would put some pressure on the fielding team, knowing that they're not scoring boundaries, but yet for all the score is sticking. And that would give the batting team some confidence that we don't necessarily have to go for big shots. Yeah. We're chasing a modest total of 78, and we can get that within 15 overs by scoring 4 to 5 runs and over by just picking up singles. And they're doing the right thing, hitting the ball in through the spaces and calling quickly. Most importantly, calling and reacting quickly to the calls.
Very good take down the leg side by the wicketkeeper. Although it's a wide, but it was a ball outside the leg stump and swinging further away, and the keeper diving away to his right.
Certainly, the St. Lucian Pacers seem to have a little more zip than the other Pacers that we have seen so far. And I hope they don't want to be carried away in terms of them displaying how quickly they are, but putting the balls in the right place. So they are getting swing, but it's to put it in the right area to create some impact. That's a good delivery.
And Caleb Charles look pretty sharp. Yes, I'm getting it through really.
Caleb Charles look like he can definitely bowl quickly, but quick here is not necessarily the order of the day. But if he can bowl the ball in the right areas, swing the ball in the right areas, create opportunity for his team and to pick up a wicket, that would be the ideal thing.
The wicket though have taken on a different color from what we saw this morning. If you notice, when the roller were being rolled, when the pitch was being rolled, you would have seen the marks. It was clearly visible as the roller went up and down the pitch. Is that a sign that probably now it has the moisture is going out of it, and probably it's a little bit easier, because the Grenadines really struggled with it because they were really bounced and it was biting, it was holding in the wicket. Now it seemed to be just coming through a lot better, a lot quicker. I don't know if it's the fact that the bowlers are a little bit faster than those previously.
Well, that could be one of the factors, but two, as the wicket now seems to be rolling, because they did ask for the heavy roller and he got a little roll, so that would help the wicket to play a lot better than it would have played in the previous innings from the previous game and for the St. Lucian inning. But certainly you can see that the batsmen are a little bit more confident because the ball is coming onto the bat a little better than how it was coming on for the St. Lucian batsmen. That is the way you want it. That is exactly where you want it. Just to be patient and to be consistent in that area. Having the batsman to play in that unknown corridor just outside the off stump, and having that ball to now and then swing back in and create that LBW opportunity, or even put slips in place. Now, if you're attacking, then if you continue to bowl that line, the captain can say, okay, I'm going to give you another slip because of the length you're bowling in the line.
So if there is anything to show us what St. Lucia will provide with the bowling, I think we're in for a pretty good contest.
Oh, definitely. If they can settle a bit, bowl 5 to 6 balls in the right areas, definitely would see how competent the St. Vincent batsmen are in withstanding that sort of the pace and the line and length that the St. Lucian bowlers would have to bowl. And that's better. Yeah. Much better. If he can continue to bowl that, build his confidence. He has the Pacers with on the 15, they just have about 4 overs. So you want to get a good 4 overs in, before you can actually change and come again. So once they can bowl there, be patient, and let the batsman, again, like we said, make the mistake. You do what you need to do with the ball, keep your wrists straight, nice and firm, and let the ball do the talking. Now, that's good.
Yes, he
That's
has
good.
induced him into a drive outside the off
Yes,
stump to
yes.
a ball that was wider than those that he has left earlier. So that's what pressure could do. A few dot balls, and the batsman feel that they has to now do something extra, and that can bring about their downfall. So the end of 2, the end of it, it's 8 for no loss.
Yeah, 8 for no loss, and it's a good solid start so far from the St. Vincent batsmen. Couple things here and there, couple opportunities, oohs and ahs from the St. Lucian pacers. If they can get the ball just a little closer, just around fourth stump, with the little swing that they're getting, I'm certain that they can definitely cause some problems for the St. Vincent batsmen. Now they have an extraordinary field placement here. One slip, short cover, square point, mid off, short mid wicket, fine leg, straight mid on. Yeah. And Gilbert looking to see how much he can do as we invite Mr. River Crooney into the commentary box. Mr. Crooney?
Thanks, Troy. Good afternoon, viewers, probably listeners, wherever you are following us from. Good to be here.
Oh, yes. We have some exciting cricket so far. I mean, Grenada went down to Dominica, and we saw some good cricket from Dominica. Solid playing team, and Grenada would have to do some work. But here, Dominica, St. Vincent, bowling well, restricting St. Lucia, the defending champions, to a modest total of 78 in 23.4 overs. And now they would have to try and see if they can defend that.
Yeah, I would think that I think all the teams would be happy that they have been able to play some cricket today. You know, it has been a trying time based on the weather, and I think they all will be very happy that they can have some form of cricket today. And as you say, St. Lucia being the champion in the last tournament really will come out here as favorite.
Mm-hmm.
And one we would be looking to that team, despite they only going for 78, but we know what they give. I can also see that they seem to have a solid program, and that's for the youngsters, and that goes well in terms of the development of the players. So 78, yes, it's a small score, but one can still think that it could be an interesting encounter, as you know, SVG look to get 79 for victory.
Oh, yes. Gilbert Bowes didn't really take any footing on that Williams to make penalty of the no ball of Gilbert. We have seen some no balls so far during the day. Dominica, I think, registered maybe about 7 no balls, and so far St. Lucia, Gilbert in the second over has bowled 2 no balls. What do you think is the cause for that as in the youngsters?
I think it's probably a little surprising that there's some no balls. One would think that there would be a lot of wides. One would understand a lot of wides, but in terms of no balls, yeah, it's a little concerning that there have been some no balls being bowled, and I guess it's a matter of, you know, in terms of the work that has been put in, the rhythm in terms of running up to the wicket, because it's key having, you know, a smooth run up to the wicket and so forth. So I think it's something that can be overcome with more work. One would hope that maybe the fact that, you know, I think most of the countries, to be fair with you, had not the chance to really work as they ought to work in preparation for this tournament.
Yes, I think that could be one of the issues, but certainly not an excuse, but because all cricketers still have to work on their game. But it's an area that we will have to look at and hopefully benefit better in coming years and seasons.
What is evident, Troy, is that the amount of swing that the bowlers are getting, it's good to see that both pieces have been able to swing the ball, and particularly away from the left hander, I've seen that the bowler coming from that southern end being able to really swing the ball away from the left hander, and it's a good sign. Bowlers, even at this stage, being able to move the ball, so there's something already going for them in terms of the movement, and one can expect that it would develop from there.
Oh yes, it's great to see the youngsters swinging the ball, getting the ball to move actually both ways. We saw some of that from Dominica and Grenada, a little bit of it late in the innings of the St. Vincent bowlers, and now we here seeing the St. Lucian bowlers, opening bowlers, swinging the ball with good effect, just not effective enough to create an opportunity to pick up a wicket. But there is swing, and if they can utilize it really well, then it could be more effective to help their team.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely would want to just hit the right line and length. If they're able to do that, probably just bring it a little closer to the batsman. Some of them are just a little bit too wide and moving away. But you want to make the batsman play, and with that movement that you are getting will always create a kind of problem. Give the wicketkeeper an opportunity, give the first slipper opportunity. So they just need to be a little closer to the batsman. You know, as we see Charles, who, you know, so far just went for 3 in the first over. So they want the batsmen to play more, give themselves an opportunity to pick up all the wickets.
Yeah, and certainly the wicket has been playing a little bit up and down. It's probably a little bit smooth now. But before, when you pitch up the ball, because of the tackiness in the wicket, you would have gotten the ball to jump a bit, and you would want the batsman to drive more than having to play on the back foot. And I think if St. Lucia can really utilize that, pitch the ball up just like that, ooh, that is a good delivery. That is a jeffer. So that's the area we're looking at, Mr. Crony.
Yeah, that's the line we're looking at. You want to bring the batsman forward, and that ball pitched just about just around off stump, so he had to play. And it swung away from him, and he didn't pass far from the edge of the bat. So this is what you want. Bring the batsman on the front foot, and with the swing that you are getting there, it gives you a lot of opportunities, the slips in particular, to be able to pick up a catch, but really a good delivery.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff, and I think with those sort of deliveries, you get the feeling team to be more confident that something could happen. You know, the confidence in terms of the lengths and lines would say, here's what, we could get a wicket here. We get a wicket, we can put them back, even though they have gotten 13 in 3 overs. But if we can get a wicket here, that can certainly push them back, give us some confidence, put a little pep in our step, and see if we can overhaul them before they get to the total.
Yeah, and the bowlers will just need to maintain that good line they are bowling. Keep it as tight as possible. It's 13 without loss in the this would be over number 4. So the more pressure they could put on the batters, it obviously would force them to take extra chances. And this is what you want. So that's why 78 runs is small, but his runs already made. And they had to get to 79 for victory. We have seen, and we have spoken of the amount of wides that one expect at this under 15 level. That's the next one, which was pitch. Outside leg stump going further down the leg side. Good work by the keeper, who seems pretty good so far, moving to his right and collecting with both hands.
Yes, I was saying that earlier on in terms of the glove work from the Dominican keeper, the Grenadian keeper, and now we're seeing relatively good footwork from the St. Lucian keeper. But Gilbert needs to sort of control himself a bit. He has been bowling 2 good balls and then, straying a little bit, trying a little bit too much, I think too hard, to wanting to get a wicket and not relying on just being patient and keeping the ball in the right area.
Well, you would know, Troy, you have been on a 15 player at a higher level at the West Indies level, so you would know probably what it takes, what it entails, some of the things that you have to go through to make it at the West Indies level. You know, you have to come through not only the Grenada team, but the Winlott Islands team. So you would understand and as a fast bowler himself, you would understand what is necessary to avoid bowling the amount of wides that we are seeing.
Yes, well, it's a matter of control, balance at the wicket, and just keeping your wrist as straight as possible, so that you can be a lot more consistent. And your left hand plays a key role. The non-bowling hand plays a key role in terms of your direction and how you really pull down to really get the ball where you want to at a consistent basis. So these are things that they have to look into to control the wides.
Yes, 4 overs completed, 15 without loss. St. Vincent.
Yes, St. Vincent batting.
Trying to get up to 79 for victory, but just back to that wides, as you say. And as you say, the closer your hand is to your body, the more control you have. And I think that is, that's one of the basics.
Yeah, certainly.
Biomechanics, if one hand is away, you doesn't have the control, so closer the arm is. And I think it's a matter of consistent work. I know that the coaches will be able to pick up on those things, and having been able to do a lot of training, a lot of work in terms of that. One would think that certainly they will get it right.
Yes, it has to do with a lot of muscle memory, and once you can continue doing the right things consistently, you could practice, but if you're not practicing the right thing consistently, then you'll still be making the mistakes. Yeah, so I think it's just a matter of that, doing the right things consistently, and you will definitely get the changes.
Fall to the bat, they pick up a single, but again you see in the swing as Gilbert is continuing to get the ball to swing away from the left-hander, and that full toss being pushed on to mid-off. So again goes back to just your line and your length.
Yeah, well, I think they're under a little bit of pressure, knowing that they have only 78 on board, and it only takes 4 to 5 runs per over to overhaul that. So I think the bowlers are a little bit under pressure, trying a little bit too much to see if they can get a wicket, and have been bowling inconsistently.
It will be a big victory for St. Vincent if they can cross the line. As we know, St. Lucia has been dominant, one can see, in the under 15 over the last few years. If St. Vincent could come off with a victory, I think it would be, really a good thing for them, and make a tournament probably more exciting.
Oh yes, it will. And I think SVG in itself, I think a word coming out from the camp that they have started their training a little bit earlier than normal, and it is showing here now with the bowling, restricting the defending champions to a total of 78 in 23 overs. We know from previous years that St. Lucia would have dominated over 200 plus runs in 50 overs, even though this is a shortened version, but still within 20 overs, you would probably expect them to score over 100. And to restrict St. Lucia for such a low total is kudos to the bowling staff and to the efforts of the St. Vincent team to restrict St. Lucia for this total.
Yeah, they really had to do well to do so. But I just want to go back to the pitch a bit. As you were saying that the ball was not coming on as we normally do. But I would think with the amount of rain, the kind of preparation that was necessary for the pitch, I think we didn't have the time. Because as you know, the last week have been really tremendous rain. It's good that they were able to reach a stage where some could have been played, but again, with the pitch not coming on at the beginning of the game, it will make it a lot more difficult for these young players. Another good delivery, leaving the left-handed batsman, who are not used to playing in conditions like this. So one would think that is because of the weather. This sort of preparation they could not get a preparation in. But as you said, as the sun beats down on the wicket, it will become easier and easier. So the batting for St. Vincent should be a lot easier than St. Lucia's batting.
Yes, and earlier on, I stated in the first game, kudos to the ground staff and to the GCA in terms of the short time they had to try and organize and prepare to have games playing, even with the sort of conditions that we've been experiencing over the past week or so, and even leading up to the tournament. With the amount of rainfall that we've been getting, to have cricket being played is kudos to the organization.
Yeah, and Charles in this first delivery of the sixth over, taking the outside edge, again ball right up, and Lava, left-handed batter, just taking the outside edge and just going past the first slip. But he will be happy to see that it picked up the edge. This one actually stayed all along the ground, but I think this is what he's looking for. Ball taking the edge and probably going in the air to the slip fielder. So he wouldn't be too perturbed the fact that 2 runs came off that delivery.
Oh, that's a good shot. Driven, 2 covers. They're going for 2. It's a close call. Oh, if he collect, it could have been close there, Mr. Crony.
Yes, just a little bit slowly turning for the second one, but it would have needed a better throw if they wanted to pick up that run out.
Yeah, direct hit certainly would have caused some problems. But just going back to that edged from Lavier, if Jean-Claude was a little more down, he seemed to have gotten up a little too early, and that went just to his left. Probably would have a half chance, possibly.
He probably would have get a little closer to it. But I think that you would have had to be down and then move to his left.
Right. Yeah.
And
that's why it's key, especially in those short positions, that you try and stay down as long as possible before getting up.
Yeah, that's right. As we see that delivery, more movements. But you want the batsman to play.
You want the batsman to play.
You want the batsman.
And you think that with that movement, he probably would have, he's in his third over, maybe try and come around the wicket.
Very good option. Yeah,
and
very good
try
option.
and swing the ball away from the left-handers because he's getting the swing. I think I saw the St. Vincent bowler did that, came around the wicket, and he picked up 3 or so. That was Cristiano. He picked up 3 or so wickets. Good areas, Yorker length, and leaving the left-handers. So he created that doubt. One, you're creating doubt, and the angle that you're coming in now would have you to play because you're not certain whether the ball going straight in onto your stumps or if the ball is going to leave you.
Yeah, you're totally right. Very good option coming around the wicket. So batsman would probably be looking for the ball coming in. The one that's straight in is going to give him a lot of problems. So good option. But again, I hasten to say in terms of the amount of work and the consistency in terms of you practicing and bowling to a plan. And in a sense, you want to be a thing that really would have been nice for the players to have a lot more work. I mean, I could talk about Grenada. I know the rest of the islands. And it's just a matter of work. But it's encouraging to see the sort of movement that the bowlers are getting.
Yes. And, Charles, he seems to be a very stud, a young man. Seems like he has the ability that he can run in and bowl fast. Not the pitch that he can say, okay, he can do some short bounce to test the skill of the batsman because of the nature of the wicket. But you can see the structure of him has the ability to bowl fast or create some impact as a fast bowler.
So good start. St. Vincent after 6 overs, they are 23 without loss. Trying to get up to 79 and still a lot of overs, still some 19 overs to go. So I think they will be pleased with the start that they have, not losing a wicket. And as they bat longer and longer, they get used to the condition. Batting becomes a lot easier. So they should be happy with the start that they have.
Yes, certainly the dressing room of the SVG would be relaxed, comfortable. With 23 without loss, you'll be thinking, okay, here's what we probably have this one in the bag. But cricket is such, Mr. Crody, that one, like I said, one leads to two, two leads to three, and then panic started creeping. You start to play some, different shots. You start to do different things, and you never know. St. Lucia could probably have, 5 for 40, and the game could be, changed completely. But as it is, SVG 23 without loss. We in over number 7. A misfield there. They're coming back. Could be chaos, but well judged. Well judged there by the batsmen not coming back for the second round. If they did, they could have been in trouble, Mr. Crony.
Yeah, good decision not to come back, but played nicely down to point by Lava. Good timing. They came up with that really well. And he was looking for 2, only able to pick up 1. But you're seeing the confidence in the players, seeing the confidence as he got on top of that one and played it nicely down to backward point.
That's a wide ball. But certainly, the Labor have been facing most of the deliveries so far, and Williams have been in the other end looking on. And I'm certain he probably would have been picking up the different.
So Lavia is 13 year already faced 22 deliveries, 30 minutes. Williams, who's on 117 deliveries, and he has been there for 39 minutes. So you're right in terms of Lavia having faced most of the deliveries. One of the things, as we see another wide being bowled by Gilbert, again, maybe the coaches, captains have to be so careful. You had to know your players in terms of when they bowl enough overs to take them off. And one there's a little bit of tiredness stepping it there, as we see ball strewn down the leg side and one going outside the off stump. Is an indication, really, maybe of
Yes, I think maybe after the second over or so, we probably would have tried something, especially the captain in Jean-Claude, knowing his capability and assets, that he could have probably come in and into the attack to see if he can pick up a wicket or 2. But I think they probably want to give the opening bowlers sufficient time to really get their rhythm and get their bearings right. And to see if they can actually create an opportunity. The start of the tournament, but yes, you want to keep them with some confidence. Going into the tournament is the first game. So even though you want to win, you want to actually build some confidence in the team. So I think maybe leaving them for, the fourth over or so might be good for the team. But in this game, maybe just not the right decision.
Yeah, we see another wide being bowled. And it just looked to be struggling a little bit as he's into his fourth over. He has so far bowled 3.2 overs and none for 15. But he has been bowling quite a bit of wides. Gilbert has so far bowled, let's see, some wides. That's probably his 5 wides. And just seems to be struggling a bit in this over.
Yeah, and that's 11 wides between the two bowlers. That's 11 runs given up already with a modest total of 78. So you're actually giving the batsman, he's a quick single, he could be run out. He's safe. But that's excellent running, Mr. Crony.
Yeah, just made it there, and I think it was good running. He stroked that ball and moved off to right away.
Yes.
And I think it was good backing up by the non-striker, so they was able to come through for that single.
And they have been doing that well. I think that was one of the plans that they came out with. They're going to run hard. They're going to run decisive, and that's the key. They have been doing that. They have been picking up the singles, and so far they have a run rate of 4.31, which is ease, without taking any necessary risk in batting, not going over the top, not being anything flashy, and they're 28 without loss. And that's the area, Mr. Kroner, you'd want the bowlers to be bowling more often, pitched up, having the batsman to drive, having your first slip, or maybe you have a second slip into play with the lateral swing that they've been getting. But then again, the consistency in pitching the ball in that area is not there. And I think St. Lucia is really putting pressure on themselves in the extras, the wides, and not being consistent in the areas that they would want to bowl. Or need to bowl.
And this one of the few short delays we are seeing there as the batsman got inside of it. Not getting hold of it, but playing it down to a short backward square leg. We haven't seen much short deliveries. This one just came up. He played it well, in control. He played it down to that backward square position. But again, you're right, and it's challenging for the youngsters because that takes a lot of work. We even see it at a more senior level in terms of the consistency of bowlers. That have been a challenge for a number of bowlers, as I say, even at the higher level. So that will take a lot of work. That will take a lot of work, a lot of training. One would hope that after this tournament, a Winlott on a 15 team will be selected. And I think this is why, when a team is selected, the coaches and so forth, who's be looking at the games, have a good understanding where the players are and what to work on. And one would think that, I think the coaches for the under 15 team is here.
Yes.
So he certainly is looking at the game also. So those are areas, that they will have to pick up and will have to work on as they prepare the under 15 team for the West Indies tournament.
Oh yes, definitely, and the platform is right for them to exhibit that. But just to say, even while you were talking, just looking at the field placement for Gilbert, we have a short cover, a square cover, probably backward point, a slip. So they had only 2 players on the onside. So it was necessary for him to pitch the ball up. That was the game plan, to pitch the ball up and allow the batsman to try and drive and pierce the gap. But certainly he has not done what is being asked by his skipper, and I'm certain by the coach, to be more effective in that area.
Well, as a young fast bowler, you know how challenging that is. You bowl into a 6-3 field or 7-2 field. You know the challenge, how difficult it is for a bowler. Now, I mean, you're talking here, one ought to be experienced, one had to understand what is happening. I'm not sure that the players reach that level yet, but again, I am pretty sure that those are things that will work on. When you're playing a big game and the pressure is on, you then have to focus on one side of the field and so forth. So one would think that these things going to come. One would hope that these things going to come. But again, that's the ideal situation you will want in terms of your bowlers being able to bowl consistently on a line. Sometimes not necessarily the length, but your line had to be as another delivery goes down the leg side. And that scenario that comes into the attack there, it takes a lot. It takes a lot. I think going forward, all those areas, it's areas that I think the coach is going to be picking up. But see, it's young players, and I would think that they probably only develop coming off this shortened version of the tournament.
Well, Siré has come from the River Road end, tall, lanky bowler, and good figure for a fast bowler.
Yeah, and it seems to be, even by those 2 deliveries that have been bowled, seem to be generating some pace.
Some pace. Yes, it would be nice to see if he can, get it in the right areas and he can cause some problems for the two openers. So far, they have put on 32 without any trouble.
Yeah, and it's good to see that he's going around the wicket. Again, just see him change it up a bit just to try to get his line right. Although he seemingly not to be as comfortable. Just looking at the bowling crease there, his delivery stride. But
Yeah, but that's good thinking from him. The first two deliveries went for a wide, and decided, okay, so let me come around the wicket and see if I can get this straight. He has a short cover and a square cover, and let's see what he does.
he has got it right. First two deliveries bowling coming from around the wicket. Batsman having to play and also be watchful.
You would have thought though that with his pace that they probably would have wanted him to open the bowling, but it seems as though he might be just better with an older ball coming from the last two deliveries that he bowled and being comfortable to bowl the older ball. What's your thoughts in terms of that?
Well, a good point you raised there, because as you know, there are some bowlers, fast bowlers, as you know, that because they are so, meaning that they are all over the place. One has to be careful not to give them the ball when it's brand new, but because obviously you will find it straying all over the place. Many a times, particularly you want to concentrate on your piece. And therefore, with a new ball, you would understand that new ball is going to swing, even though you doesn't swing it, it's going to move. And the tendency is that you'll bowl ease the pressure off. And I mean, just going out after 78, you had to be careful that you put your bowlers who are able to hold things tight at the beginning, and then probably a faster bowler who will come with some pace. And probably the ball get old a little bit, you better able to control. And I think maybe could be one of the strategies they use there. The opening bowlers who are more consistent, who are more penetrative, right? So that they could keep things very tight for the first few overs. And so if they are able to pick up 1 or 2 wickets, then your fast bowlers come with the extra pace, maybe to put some more pressure. But I must say so far, St. Vincent, the pair is looking really good. They don't seem to be bothered too much. 32 into the 8th over, and really don't seem to be having any trouble with the bowler so far.
Yeah, Lavia seems to be very comfortable, even though that Surrey is bowling a little faster than the first two bowlers. He seems to be comfortable playing on the back foot, and he whips this one back with a square, and he'll probably pick up another single. Would be nice to see if you have a nice hard, firm surface where Surridge will probably come and test the short balls and see how the batsman would react to that. But so far, that is not required in this game. So he has to find some other means to try and find a crack within the opening stance of Williams and Lavier.
Yeah, you're right. 33 without loss, you want to pick up wickets. So it's not about pace, really. You want to make the breakthrough. And as you see, this game of cricket, I think this is why it was termed a game of glorious uncertainties.
Oh, yes.
You pick up one, you never know what's going to happen. But I think importantly, St. Lucia will want to break this partnership. There's already 33 without loss, not much more runs to make, but this partnership, and both players look fairly comfortable in the wicket so far, not having much difficulty. They will just need to continue. They're going at 4.13, which is good rate. You have 25 overs to get there.
Yeah.
So there's no issue in terms of your scoring rate. You keep your wickets and you keep pushing the ball around. There's a number of wides, some 11, some 13 wides, it seems as though we have already. So, which is extra 2 overs. So really, St. Vincent just continue to keep batting, not to lose wickets. and hopefully they'll get up to that target.
Yeah, the main thing I've seen so far, like I said, they have not played out of character. They have not tried to, do something, crazy, chip down the wicket, because it was not necessary. They played within their own zone. They tried to pick up the quick singles, keeping the score ticking, and putting the pressure on St. Lucia to have to do something where it would have possibly be where St. Lucia bowling the balls in the right areas and having St. Vincent to do something silly and creating some sort of impact. But so far, the St. Vincent opening pair has done just what has been asked by the team and laying a foundation to put themselves in the driver's seat to win this game.
Spin for the first time, Thomas from this commentary booth end, or the northern end, and you are seeing 3 deliveries, given a lot of air. Started with a wide, and this swung down to mid wicket. Let's see, just picked up one there, as fielded by the fielder on the mid wicket boundary. What is noticeable with Thomas, giving the ball a lot of air, seemed to be an off spinner.
Yeah, but he has a sort of wrong arm action. So it would be nice to see if he gets some considerable turn, if the ball can angle from the wrong arm going into leg stump and middle and going away from the left-handers. But he is getting good flight and a little good variation. It doesn't seem like it's turning a bit, so the batsmen are going with the angle and playing like Lavi just played, slug sweep over deep mid-wicket and picking up a single.
Yeah, well, appeal there, thinking that probably the ball would have gone into the pat for. Just seemed to have some bat on it.
Something like that.
As we push on the offside, but as we have seen in this over, every delivery given quite a lot of air.
But somehow, if you look at the ending, the finishing of the action, it still seems like he's just stalking. He's not actually going through the entire motion of the action. If you look, he will stop right there, and that, you see, the leg just stays right at the crease, not really following on in terms of the follow through of the action, and that sort of kind of hinders the momentum in terms of where you bowling, and that says it's only your arms that you're actually using and not using your entire body, with the left arm coming down onto your side and having to propel over that pivot foot to get you some momentum, some grip from the ball to actually get that ball to rev onto the wicket.
Yeah, you're certainly right, Cyril. Going for 3 in his first over. Again, first over going for 2 wides, so the wide continues to mount. But you're right in terms of his completing the full action.
Yeah.
The delivery stride had to be key, so you want to see all the effort. And again, young player, and I am pretty sure that these players are going to develop.
It's another wide delivery. So pressure building here for St. Lucia. And they're not doing them any good by bowling extra balls and giving St. Vincent extra runs. The extras here now are 19.
Yeah, 19 extras is 17 wides and 2 no ball. So, they will really have to, that's almost three extra overs. So I really had to cut down on the amount of wides.
Well, they've gone quiet. That is St. Lucia. And certainly the pressure building, hands on waist, trying to figure out where can they get a wicket. They have brought in a spinner, giving it good flight, but yet for all has not really shown that he can be effective in picking up a wicket unless he induce a rash stroke from the opening pair. So far, the opening pair has been solid.
Yeah, it's another wide. 38 without loss. We into the 10th over. But this pair, the opening pair, the longer the bat is, the more pressure that is being placed on St. Lucia team. You batting at 50 without loss, getting up to 78, the game is all. And again, as you rightly say, that would take the fight out of the St. Lucia team. The fact that you have been able to pick up a wicket and you're almost there. You're getting closer and closer to the score. So it's really more pressure. They would obviously really fight to get a breakthrough. They will really be happy with a breakthrough at this time. But St. Vincent continue to do well. They are not taking more chances. No need to take more chances. A lot of extras and pushing for the ones and the twos.
Yeah, and that's one key thing that they have been doing well so far, is taking the quick singles, allowing the score to tick, and giving themselves confidence, and sure the dugout would be confident in terms of where they are, and the batsmen coming into would be at ease, no pressure on them, and the score keeps ticking because another wide. I'm surprised though that the captain himself would not have brought himself on, knowing that he's a good seamer, knowing that he's a swing bowler as well. And you would want to have to create an impact. Yes, you might be thinking, I might be coming in the middle overs, but with the situation now, and you have your opening bowlers bowling wide, I think he's one of the most consistent bowlers. Surprising that Emmanuel has not brought himself on to into the attack to see if he can make an inroad into the SVG batting lineup.
St. Vincent, the 39 without loss. And Serio is in his second over so far, has gone for 6 with 5 wides. And really, I think that St. Lucia will want to cut down on the amount of extras, the amount of wides has been bowled, make it much harder for the St. Lucian team.
That's poor feeling, really poor. The bowler in itself is already struggling to hold a line, and that's a direct ball coming straight to you. And poor feeling, giving the batsman an easy single again, and pushing the score to 40, and just 38 needed in what it's 26 in 16 overs, 9.4, 40 overs at a run rate of 4.14. It's not good signs for St. Lucia at this point.
Yeah, just a bit casually by the field at short cover, or streetish mid-off shot. Again, give you an indication maybe of how the players are feeling out there. Not being able to pick up a wicket, 40 without loss. And I would think with the next, they could see if this pair could put on 50, certainly it seems as though they will run away with this game. But the pressure is beginning to tell on the St. Lucia team. As we see that effort in terms of the feeling was a bit casual.
Yes, and even at this point, I wonder if the captain is thinking, okay, do I have another spinner? I see they have 3 spinners in the lineup. Would I bring another spinner in, or would I take the chance now as the captain to come in and see if I can create some impact? Because he do swing the ball much more than the other bowlers. Can he create it? Maybe a slower bowler, just with a little pace, because that can create an impact where you have Suraj bowling a lot faster. The batsmen are more comfortable. The ball is coming onto the bat. They can feed off of that, pick up the singles. But if you have someone that's a little bit slower, you have to now pick up the timing of the ball a lot more than the faster bowlers. That could be something that they could look into.
Yeah, you're right. And the fact that you have been able to pick up some wickets here, 10 overs completed, 40 without loss, this is the time you have to use your options. Yeah, spinners, you're going to come, you're going to try the spinner. Just see if you can pick up 1 or 2 wickets, and then you always come back with the pieces. So, these are areas that you can use. Once again, we see another casual bit of feeling. And the batsman picking up another run. But as I was saying, you use whatever option you have now because you want wicket. And if you're able to pick up one, then you can come back with your pieces and try to put some extra pressure, as the case may be.
Oh, that was a good delivery. That was a good delivery. Those sort of deliveries you're looking for, that would create the sort of chances for your team. But then again, it's just the consistency to bowl in that area. And certainly, what I'm looking from here, that this the first slip, seems to be very close. If the batsman flashes, I'm wondering if he has enough reaction time to pick up that ball that would come off the edge, or even if the batsman cuts and to get a top edge. I think he's a little bit close. He's almost at the same line with the keeper. So
I believe he's there for that ball that turns away, hope with the batsman coming forward and the ball turns and take the edge and go to the slip. I think that's the only reason.
Right.
That's the only thing I could think about why he's so close. But in terms of a cut shot or even a foam drive with the ball flying off the edge, you'll have really difficulties. I think it's basically he pitched, the ball turns, take the edge and goes to the slip.
But with that, the bowler is not bowling that consistently for the batsman, prodding forward. For you now to think, okay, here's what. Even though it probably gets an edge and it probably dropping shot, I can still scoop it up. And the pace at which the bowler is bowling too. I have to be very mindful of that because earlier on, one of the keeper, one ball skid off the wicket and kind of went through his glove, got hit on his forehead, had to go out for a bit, and has to check the physio. So you have to be careful at the same time, especially in close-in areas where you are, how far you are, to take the catch, but yet for to prevent any injury that possibly could happen if that was the case.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines 42 without loss. We had 11 overs completed.
Oh, good defense.
This pair, Williams, he's on 3 from 20 deliveries. He batting for 56 minutes. And Lavier, 17 from 40 deliveries, also batting for 56 deliveries. We had 22 extras in the inning so far, which is a healthy contribution. It's actually top score in the inning so far. Serio into his third over, none for 7. So really has been a high proportion of extras.
Yeah, it's not good for a team that has just scored 78 and given up 22 free runs to the opposition. So they put their foot there in a big hole. It's in the air, could be caught. Is this the first wicket? It is the first loose shot being played by the St. Vincent opening batsman and has cost them their first wicket. William goes for 3 after facing 30 balls. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, he was not in the picture of that delivery. But again, the important thing here is that the bowler Serio pitched it up. And he was just in that area where he was in two minds. He was looking to drive, he was not over it, not to the pitch. Again, one could also say that that delivery didn't come true as is expected. But that's the sort of length you want to bowl. Looking to drive, looking to clear the infield. Not being able, just being taken at mid-off. The ball hitting high up on the bat. The mid-off fielder coming in and take a simple catch. So Williams batted for a long time. Only went for 3, faced 31 deliveries. Batted for 58 minutes. St. Vincent and the Grenadines losing their first wicket at the score at 42.
Yes, and that's what we've been saying early on. Pitch up the ball, having them to drive, as you're saying, in the driving area, there are some balls that get that tendency to be a little tacky, and I think that is just what did Williams there. The ball pitched up. He went for the expansive drive. Ball get the leading edge over to mid-off, and there goes the first wicket for St. Lucia.
Well, that would encourage St. Lucia. 42 for 1 St. Vincent. This game is of glorious uncertainties.
Yes.
You never know what can happen. They still have a further 36 runs, just about 36 runs, and I think there's no cause for worrying or concern with St. Vincent. I think there has been a good opening stand, chasing just 78 needed for victory, 79 needed for victory. So you at losing your first wicket at 42, shouldn't be too bothered about that. It has been a good stand, opening stand. I think St. Lucia have themselves to blame in terms of the amount of extras they would have bowled. Now they have picked up the first wicket, and probably it will encourage them to probably push harder, see if they can pick up another one, another two. And you never know what it can be 50 for 3.
Yes, pressure bust pipe, they say. And I think if St. Lucia could now put the pressure back on St. Vincent by restricting the run flow, cutting out the singles, the bad balls, the extra wides, and having them now to do something that they have not, been doing, could pose some pressure for the incoming batsman, because once we see a wicket fall, then we're thinking, okay, here's why the pressure is on me now, the incoming batsman, to get the runs. And if they can put the balls in the right areas, causing problems or having the batsman to play and probably possibly picking up a wicket or two, if the spinner can be tight and they can bring that run rate down to 2, it's just 14 more overs. 14 by 2, that's 28. You still need another 10 runs. So it could be tight coming down to the end if St. Vincent don't find a way to probably keep the run rate up, or if St. Lucia can peg back by getting a couple of other wickets and cause some confusion in the mind of the batsman.
Yeah, and what is interesting here, only 20 runs that has come off the bat. So with 22 extras,
right,
what the score
would have been.
So I think that's an area that St. Lucia would be disappointed in terms of the amount of extras they give. But as you said, that's one of the areas that we expect at the under 15 level,
right,
that there will be wide. So they will want to cut down on that. Maybe look to pick up another wicket. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines will have other thoughts at 42 for 1. They would want to make sure that it doesn't lose another wicket.
Oh, yes, certainly. It's a good start. That's what you want from your fast bowler, pitching up the ball to an incoming batsman, the new batsman, and having him to play first up. Foolish ball. You can for the Yorker?
Good length. You want him to play on the front foot. And that ball just leave the right-handed batter there, which probably just verify his name momentarily, but it just leave him as he came forward and again, maybe looking to play it somewhere in the cover region.
I know he's disappointed there. He's trying to tail in this one into the batsman, hoping that he can either bowl him down or probably get him wrapped on a pad, but just strain it a bit down the leg side. You can see the intention, but the execution was not there. We see another Williams, Ahmad Williams, coming in for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Oh, that is beautiful. Well, this one did pitch outside the off stump, straightened a bit. So there's still some lateral movement in the wicket. And once they can pitch the ball up again, Crony, you can see now they could cause some bit of chance for St. Lucia.
Yeah, and interestingly, the conditions are good. The sun is still shining. We've seen the shadow of the pavilion on the field, but the condition is good for seam bowling, swing bowling. And this has been a better over bowl there. It has been his best over.
Yes, certainly.
He has been more consistent, beating the outside edge a few times in the over. Ahmad Williams coming in at number 3 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Lucia will be happy with that over. Picked up the first wicket at the score of 42.
Yes, certainly. But now the captain's duty. Do I keep him on for another over now that he has gotten a wicket? Do I bring myself on? Do I have a change? Those little things as a captain would be, going through your mind. What to do now? What to do next? Because he's one of my speedster. Do I hold him back in case we get a 2 wickets so he can probably be able to bowl at the lower end orders that he can possibly create more effort? And here we go, down the ground, mid-on for a single. Lavi is still striking the ball. I think now they would want to bring mid-on and mid-up up, put some pressure, try to squeeze them, and force them now to probably go over the top. If that happens, then so be it. But we want to make sure that we keep the run rate down, force them to do something outside of the ordinary, Mr. Crony.
Yeah, and I think that's how they lost the first wickets, because the Williams was looking it over the top. So it's more important you kind of keep the ball up to the bat. But you're right, you lose the first wicket, you'll want to put some pressure.
He's gone. It's another wicket, Mr. Crony.
So Williams caught just about square leg there, full toss, and looking to sweep. And probably not getting hold of it, and just loving up to square leg. And the square leg fielder coming in and take a simple catch. And here we go again.
Just as we said.
Losing the second wicket. Thomas picking up his first wicket. In his third over, he was only gone for 5. And St. Vincent has lost his second wicket with a score on 44.
Well, he has been consistent in terms of bowling in the right areas, getting good flight, maybe a little bit too fast, but still bowling the ball where the batsman has to play. Poor shot selection by Williams. Just coming in, you have a foundation. I think you should have just played that on the merit, down to the mid-on, and collect a single while you get your feet wet because you're just coming in. Poor shot selection by me, I think, trying to slug sweep a full toss.
Yeah, you probably want to play it safe first up.
Yeah.
Just lose, you want to play it a bit safe. But then again, you probably coming in with the intention to take the pressure off and hit a couple boundaries, and then after you breathe. So, you could look at it both ways, but one would want to be probably safer first. And push it down the ground, pick up the singles, and
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that he really didn't get hold of it, and just went to just around square leg. A simple catch.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. What would be the intention now from the St. Vincent batsmen? 44, 42, we lost the wicket. Are we going to send someone to just attack, try and get some quick runs, put us in a good position, and then we can relax? Or are we just going to play it smart and simple? Because there's no pressure really. We're on top. We just lost 1 wicket. We have a long batting lineup, presumably. And how would we, progress from here? And these are little things, technical areas that you look at when you're chasing a total. How to go about it, who to send at the right time, against the right bowlers too, to see how things progress.
Yeah, well, I would think that St. Vincent really is in no difficulty in my view. There's still a lot of time. There's still a lot of overs as they look to come through for a single.
He's gone. It's chaos. Pandemonium in the National Stadium. They have lost 3 wickets in the space of 5 runs, Mr. Crony, or less. And just as we said, 1 leads to 2, and now 2 leads to 3. And now panic can happen in the dressing room with 3 wickets falling. And what would be the thinking of the batsman coming in?
Yeah, really bad judgment there. That ball was played to a short square leg. Turned on the onside, and really there wasn't a single there. I think the communication there was really poor, and St. Vincent losing another wicket. As you said, 42. Without loss, it's now 45 for 3. And St. Vincent wouldn't be happy with that run out there. Really, I thought it was a bad call.
Yeah,
And
it's unnecessary, and I think, but that's the pressure that has been building from the inset of having a wicket, and then you come on a different partner. The openers was doing it well. They probably had a good rapport in terms of communication, when to run, running at the exact time, quick decision. But here you had a hesitation, whether to take the run, whether not to take the run, and you have your run out. And now St. Lucia would have their tail up, having 3 wickets within 2.3 overs, with just 4 runs being added to the total.
so we're still into the 13th over. At 45 for 3. We're looking at Thomas. Thomas is in his 2nd over. Picked up 1 for 6 so far. This one is will be signal wide. Shot delivery outside the off stump. So yet another wide that pushes the wides tally up to 23. And the score to 46 for 3 as I welcome back Justin Hector.
That's good. Quite a lot have changed since well, in the last over or 2. I mean, 3 wickets in very, very short time.
Yeah, and I was seeing that, as we know this game of cricket, how it can turn regularly. You think you're in, and in a couple of deliveries things has changed, or you think you're chasing a big target, and you probably never expect the team to get close and someone come in and play a blinder. St. Vincent had a good start, 42,
Yes.
chasing 79 for victory. You'll always feel comfortable with the sort of start that you have. So you would think from 42 without loss, you really going to push on. At St. Lucia picking up 3 wickets in the space of 3 runs, obviously put a different tone, a different dimension in terms of what happened on the game. So one would think that no, St. Vincent have to dig in. The good thing is that they still have Lavia there, who is on 18, who played a good hand. And they will be hoping that, this pair going to stick together and really try and bring them closer to that score.
Yeah. Thing is, these things could always happen at that level, and a lot of times at that level you see that type of things where it crumble. Sometimes there's a stand, and then things seem to be comfortable, and all of a sudden, as I said, things change.
Yeah, good point you make. At this level, you would expect. As I was saying before, one expect the wides is normal.
Yeah.
You're going to have that. I mean, in terms of the decision making, obviously that's going to happen. The judgment at under 15, that's really getting into the game, and therefore you want to expect at times that these things going to happen. But again, it makes for good competitive cricket.
Indeed.
As we see here, Sirio just struggling a bit with his run-up. This, I think, is the 2nd time he would have missed his run-up. Sporting is shot number 7. He has so far picked up 1 for 9.
He looks and reminds me of Dante Alexander, but really. Walks and all his mannerisms, like our own Dante.
Yeah, you're right. In terms of even the run-up to the wicket, you're certainly right. As we begin to lose the sun, with some 11 overs to go after this one.
There will be some very interesting matches from the indicator, from what you see today. It shows that there will be some very interesting matches going forward.
Yeah, 47 for 3, and as you said already, extras top scoring 25.
It's way too much though. The other game, Dominica versus Grenada, we saw Dominicans bowl I think it's quite a number of no balls, which was very strange. Not too many wides, lots of no balls.
So it just seemed to be coming into his own a bit. You know, having picked up the wicket into his fourth over, you know, one for 9. Delivery right up, and just taking the left-handed Lavia on the pad.
Yeah, he's probably one of the taller men in the tournament. Has very good height. Maybe he could do some more work on his run-up as time goes by.
Yeah, you're right about that. You want to be a bit more smooth. He seems starting with a sort of jockey on. Again, we seen it that worrying Lavia with the pace.
Yes, yeah.
That ball into the body and didn't handle it well. But no one close to the bat. But he does seem to be a bowler that can generate quite a bit of pace.
And some bounce. May have been very effective if this morning when the Dominicans bowled this morning, the ball was sort of gripping in the surface and there was like a tennis ball bounce. So the ball was virtually bouncing a lot more, although probably a bit slower, but a lot harder to negotiate because of the height and the fact that he wasn't coming onto the bat. And of course, we did see this Evolution swing it this evening. And basically all day long, the swing was available. And if it's the condition and if it's the fact that the bowlers are that skilled, I think it's very good for the tournament anyway.
Yeah, another single as that ball hit down to cover. The fielder having to just chase back a bit. And we've seen that's just going to... So Lavia. So we have Lavia, two Lavia. We're just gonna they pick up another single. That's a 50 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are 50 in over number 15. Lost 3 wickets.
Just have to keep their nerves and pick up the singles, pick up the odd one, and so on, and they would win the game easily in the end if they do that. That's the over. Yeah.
So we are seeing 2 Lavia on the team. And so we just probably need to call the first name just to Lavia on 19. And that's Ama Lavia.
Yeah.
Once again, he hit past cover. They're going to come back for 2 here. And Thomas just a little bit short there. And so Lavia had all the time to get back and hit it in that cover region. So he picked up 2. Takes his score to 21, 52 for 3. after 15 completed overs.
Yeah. So, as I say, the task isn't a really big one, but these two probably will have to take it very close to that total. If not, if they continue, they should lose wickets anytime soon again. I think you'll probably think that St. Lucia will have a very good chance of putting them under some pressure and winning the game.
So 27 runs required in 10 overs.
And you know,
Yeah,
really been involved with this level of cricket for a long time. 27 runs still is a lot of runs at that level again. Anyhow you look at it, you know.
So we see spin gonna take it up from that southern end, and that Nick and Justin. Ball is pushed to cover, and I think St. Lucia would really want to still tighten, make it difficult for the batsman. Amil Lavier. And I hope that we are not mixing them up. This one is driven to mid-on, caught in mid-on. And what another bad shot. Ball pitched up. And we have seen where the ball pitched up there, and the batsman is trying to go over the top. And that one really went straight to mid-on, simple catch.
Yes, and well inside the circle too. It's not, you know, that he's caught on the boundary anyway. And trying to, again, the danger now again, I was about to say, with the spinners coming in now, the batters now will want to probably attack the spinners, and this is what happened, and lose the wickets. So it's becoming, the task is becoming hard for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Grenadines, as long as they continue to lose wickets like that, yeah, we could be down for a very interesting finish to that game. St. Lucia doesn't look too worried. They look they do have the feeling that they can pull this one off. They're very relaxed out there. And St. Vincentians are the one putting themselves under pressure by losing wickets in manner which really and truly they shouldn't.
So 52, I make it 54. Still 25 runs required. St. Vincent and the Grenadines just losing their 4th wicket. As Justin, we have really lost the sunlight, and as we know, this time of the year outside gets dark rather quickly. But it is bright enough, I think, to get a result. Ball comes off the edge. Not confidently played it, goes to short fine leg. As we are now seeing some really concern shown by the St. Vincent team. Again, not in control.
Doesn't seem to have a clue from this distance.
And Thomas in his 4th over. Picked up 1 for 8. And that completes the over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 54 for 4. Looking to get to 79 for victory.
What might well be a real struggle for them. The batter was just coming. That's he doesn't seem to have a clue as to what's going on with the slow bowler. So a lot will depends now on Lavier, the other Lavier. He's been stroking the ball pretty nicely. So he just has to hold his nerve, and he will.
So we just want to confirm in terms of the Lavier that was all just waiting, just to be sure. Ball pushed to mid-on. And this appears the offside field is going to go close to the boundary. And this goes down to the boundary for 4. What a welcome boundary for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think it's the first boundary, if I'm not mistaken. ball shortish and hit between extra cover and cover. And it went down to the boundary for 4.
It couldn't come at a better time.
So pushes his score to 58, and it's a full toss, and really well. What happens there? Looking to hit that one really too hard, and miss everything.
Yeah. Spinner doing the right thing, just hanging it in the air, just hanging it up there. So I'm asking the batters to take their chances.
Yeah, and just pitching it up in that area, which will cause the batsman to think a bit.
Wait, yeah.
So he has to look up, and then and the last delivery just played down to mid-on. So that completed another over, and to over number 16 I make it, just want to confirm in terms of the score. Just having a little difficulty here. You see another over starts. I make it 58 for 4. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
It's really at odds and ends here. He doesn't. The batsman that has come in doesn't have a clue what is actually going on in him. Just presenting the bat.
Quite a tense period. He said before, we have Love's Sunlight a bit, swing down to man at mid-on, and they complete another single.
A risky one still too, almost having to scamper to get to his ground, just hitting away to the right of the man at mid-on and running. So he has to get off strike, because maybe get Laffy on strike as often as he can.
And bowled by
Very wrong-footed there, rather comical there, as the bounce out, out run out. So there's wow. Well, more worries here. Going for a second, the delivery which came off the edge and went down towards Studman. The fielder was wrong-footed. He managed to get control, go pick the ball up, throw it back to the keeper, and the run out was executed. So another wicket falls for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, well, once again, you could see they was not sure. There was run and stop. And the batsman really was not able to make his ground. And another big blow struck there at St. Lucia. St. Vincent losing the 5th wicket. We are into the 16th over. And I make it, we just about 59 for 5.
That was Lafayette, I think that was out. Run out. Wonder. Yes, I think it was.
So we still have a game on our hands. St. Vincent and the Grenadines really are looking to get up to that required score of 79 for victory. We're in over number 16. Conditions still bright enough. We can see the sun still up, but just beginning to set.
And of course, here the stands will absorb most of the lights from the setting sun.
Yeah, and really at this period of the year. But Justin, good to know that we have been able to have some cricket today. One expected that to happen yesterday, even Sunday. but it speaks again to the quality of this facility. It's, the amount of rain we had over the last few days since from Wednesday.
Certainly. Well, here at the National Stadium, it has always been a ground that takes the water very well, and not long after the rain is over, you can virtually play. And it was a good move to also to reschedule or to have the games here after the rains.
Yeah, hit down to mid-off, again another short delivery. But the batsmen have been forced to put power into that delivery. He went straight to mid-off.
I'd be very surprised though if St. Vincent and the Grenadines go up to get the runs required.
And
Short
there is another
wicket
into the air.
just over the top, the man had mid wicket. So he getting away with this one. Dropped this time, or probably we can say that he didn't quite get to it.
Yeah, one would think that really there was enough time to get to that delivery, and could be, a bad one there. St. Lucia not being able to take that catch. Again, just trying to confirm the exact score.
St. Vincent is really wobbly.
Yeah,
another wide.
Vitalis seemed to be Samuel Vitalis right arm leg spin. See him. Probably looking to maybe turn it both ways. Finally, we look like a spinner ball coming into the batsman. But no runs, and 59 for 5, and we had 19 overs completed. So really, it's probably getting down to the wire. Nanton is on 1. So we have definitely lost the two Lavia. Just trying to confirm there with our scorers.
The 2 or 1
so
of
we
them.
Into the 20th over.
I think we may have lost one of it, and the one who were doing the bulk of the scoring.
Lavia ball hit.
Lost another. Yes, dropped it. Well. We're just about to say another wicket has fallen, but he's dropped it rather badly. And Dolly.
Yeah, really casual approach by the middle fielder there. And again, St. Lucia probably has dropped 2 catches in the last few deliveries. Swing down to long on and goes down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, picked up nicely. Ball pitched up. And that 4 really would have taken a lot of pressure off.
And it really would have hurt
St. Vincent team.
And it really would have hurt the St. Lucians just having dropped the catch. And struck for 4 next ball, but some things that happen so often.
So that's Lavia is on 12. It pushes the score to 65. So batting still is Amel Lavia.
Lavia is the one who...
He's on 12 and Nanton on 2. Amel Lavia. So far faced 20 deliveries. And I see 2 boundaries. And ball pushed back on the offside. Another over completed. 21 overs completed. 65 for 5.
So can they get that other what? They will need how much more? 13?
14 in just in 4 overs.
Getting down to the wire.
It's really coming down to the wire. St. Lucia really looking to stage a massive fight back here. Had the opportunity. And again, this one past the keeper. Getting up too early. And picking up another bye.
Extras continue to contribute heavily. If St. Lucia lost loses this game, they would look at they would certainly look at another wicket has fallen. They would certainly look at those extras. Simple dismissal. St. Lucia is there.
So caught by Charles in the cover. Loose shot, another short delivery. Probably looking to get it over cover. And it went straight to the fielder. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines losing their 6th wicket. 66 for 6. We are in over number 22. And really, it really seemed to be going down to the wire.
I think St. Lucia will probably feel rather confident that they can pull this one off.
So Gilbert had 4 overs, none for 18. He had 6 wide in a spell. Charles, who took that last cat in 3 overs, he had in his 3 overs 12 runs. He also had 6 wides. Serio, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs. He picked up 2 wickets, had 8 wides in his spell. Thomas, 5 overs, none for 1 for 15, had 3 wides. And Nick Justin, 2 overs, no maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. That's one of that bowler. He didn't bowl a wide, so he did fairly well. A ball hit down to mid-on, pass mid-on, and let's see, just another single. And that pushes the score to 67. I make it as I welcome Clyde.
Yes, very well. Certainly a keen contest. A lot seemed to be happening. St. Lucia at one time seemed to have been behind the 8 ball, and they were able to come back in and peg away, and really St. Vincent just maybe guilty of trying to get to the total a little too quickly, lose some quick wickets.
Yeah, and at 42 without loss, one would have think that, it was just a normal batting. We know how this game can turn very quickly. Ball hit and let go down to the field on the mid-wicket boundary. And they will come back for 2 here. And that's Nantan. He pick up 2 more. Pushes his score to 69. Yeah, one would have thought that, really normal batting, they should get up to that score rather easily. 69 for 6. We had 22 completed overs.
Yeah, requiring just 10 for victory, and I mean there's no need for panic. It doesn't require panic. It just requires a good steady rotation and picking up the odd 2s as we've seen a while ago. But what I want to credit the St. Lucian on is the fact that the fielders are alert, and you can see them moving in.
Yeah, I think they will be disappointed, St. Lucia, because I think, as we realize up to this point, we have 24 wides being bowled, and even in the last 2 overs, we had about 3 catches being dropped, and simple catches. So we've seen some flaws in terms of the feeling, casual approach, and so forth. So they would think that they would have fallen short in a few areas in this game.
And Another wicket goes. So again, you wonder what is really taking place out there. Look at that. It's just a simple chance, simple, easy cut. No real menace to say, well, you're really going after it. If you're going to throw the bat at it, you need to throw the bat hard.
Yeah, hit straight to the cover. The cover, that fielder really picked up a really good catch. And yeah, we would tell you who is that fielder in a while. But it was hit with some power in cover. And he came up, came forward and had to dive and pick up a really good catch. And really pushes St. Vincent again under more pressure, lose the 7th wicket.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. The fact that the fielders are alert, you can see the way they move in to try and make sure that they stop the single. No easy single is on offer. And certainly that is helping to put a bit of pressure, put a little doubt in the minds of the Vincentian batters. Just seem to be going for some big hits now, hoping that maybe they can get over with this one. This one is swung down to fine leg region. They cross for 2. So a lot happening. It's really interesting out there. As we always say, it's not over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah, so Justin into his third over. Picked up that last wicket, and that catch was taken by Daniel in the covers.
Yeah, certainly an interesting day today. We're certainly happy that at least the boys could be out playing cricket. The weather, as we keep saying, has not been the best. Today being a really good sunshiny day. And what a way to end it with this contest.
Yeah, and it has been obviously a challenge to the players. They come out to play and they really, the weather didn't allow that to happen. But as I was saying before the Justin, it speaks to the quality of the facility we have here at the National Stadium. Being able to play 2 games today, even with a shortened version. But I think the team would be happy that they are able to get out there. And when you go out into a tournament, you want to play cricket.
You certainly want to play cricket, and they have given a good account of themselves, the teams that we've seen today. And so I think they will be happy, just to get out there and be on the park. I could imagine them looking forward to another game tomorrow.
71 for 7 in over number 23. St. Vincent and the Grenadines still looking for another 8 runs for victory. Again, and Nantan just struggling a bit there. Another delivery beat the outside edge. Samuel Vitalis again making no contact. It has been a really interesting over. And once again, ball beaten outside the off stump. A good over. And he has bowled 3 overs and picked up 1 for 6. So we have 23 overs completed. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 71 for 7. 8 runs required in 2 overs.
8 from 12 deliveries. Certainly we've seen a number of deliveries go past the outside edge. So the question is, who will win this one?
Yeah.
Another one going past the outside edge.
So 11 deliveries to go.
8 runs needed from 11.
Nick and Justin, and he's in his 4th over, pick up 1 for 8. And once again, batsman can only defend.
You can see the body language of the St. Lucians. I think they feel that they have it.
10 deliveries remaining. This one is hit down to long on, and it goes across the rope for 4. And what a shot that would have taken the pressure off.
Yeah, certainly
A
another
6,
twist.
actually 6. And what a shot.
Yeah, certainly a twist in the tail. That 6 would have certainly eased the pressure.
So just 2 runs required, 77.
What they do not want here now is to lose a wicket. I think the momentum is with the Vincentians.
Yeah, but 8 deliveries remaining. One would think, there's no need to do anything rush. Need to rush to do anything. So still 7 deliveries remaining. 2 runs required. And that completes another over. 24 overs completed, 77 for 7. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines still looking to get 2 from the final over. Really has come down to the wire.
Yeah, it certainly has come down to the wire, and it's about composure. It's about who can really hold their nerve and execute what is necessary. Could imagine the St. Lucians will bring in the field a bit, try to make sure that there's no easy single. In the process, it could get one of the batters flustered and maybe they can prize a wicket run out. Let's see what happens.
Vitalis swung, and this one goes down to backward square for 4. Given some air, and he got under it and lifted it nicely over backward square for 4. And St. Vincent coming out with full points here, defeating St. Lucia by some 3 wickets.
Yeah, really good, really hard-fought match between these two teams. Lots of excitement, lots of exciting moments, drop catches, boundary hitting, bowlers going past the outside edge. So it's really been an interesting encounter, seeing these boys in. Again, you want to give them credit. It's their first game for the tournament, with what should have been our 3rd day. But the weather has not been the best, but certainly I think they've given us some entertainment.
Yeah, they do. I do believe for what, I mean, it's a score. It's not a big score, but these sort of scores sometimes you really just create a lot of excitement, as this one did this afternoon, creating tremendous excitement. But I think St. Lucia will be very disappointed with how they bowl here this afternoon. I thought that really the amount of whites that they bowl really would have come really against them, and the amount of simple catches they would have dropped probably in the last few overs. I think that certainly would have gone against them. But credit to St. Vincent, they had a good opening stand, and I think the platform was there for them to get to that score much easier than they did. But at the end, having been able to overhaul that score, and credit for St. Vincent having come up victors here today.
Yeah, certainly have to give them credit. And just to run through the scorecard for you, and it all started with the pair of Williams and Lavia. Williams, he was the first to go. He was caught Justin bowled Giroud for 3. Lavia, he went caught Charles, bowled Giroud again. Sirio 19. William, he went caught Sirio, bowled Thomas. And he went for no score. Johnny, he was the next to go. He was run out for 1. Amali Lavia, he was caught Charles, bowled Vialis for 12. And the other significant total was Nanton, Delroy Nanton. He was 8. He was run out, not out 8, sorry. And Julian Adams, he was not out 8. So that certainly brought up victory for the Vincentians. The Spear was able to just hold their nerve and to bring it home. Bowling for St. Lucia, Gilbert, he had 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. Caleb Charles, he had 3 overs, no maiden, 12 runs, no wickets. Siru, he bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 2 wickets, really a good spell. William, he had 3 overs, 1 for 12. And Ahmad Williams, he also had 4 overs, 6 runs, and picking up 3 wickets. So certainly a good bowling performance, but not backed up in the field. I think had they took the catches, took the opportunities, the games might have been a totally different one.
Yes, I think so. I think they really came back, picking out the first wicket at 42. I think they really came back well and really put a stranglehold on the Vincent and batters. But had to hold the catches. One could remember at 42 there was 22 extras. For them to come back so hard and really could have come home with victorious. But the catches that they would have dropped really would have gone against them. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines really coming home victors. But as we say, it was good to know that we were able to have cricket today. It was competitive. It's the first game. And I want to expect going forward that the tournament certainly will build up with quite a bit of excitement.
Yeah, we expect that come tomorrow. We will be at the Last Just playing field for another of these shortened version, 25 over per side. Certainly, it has brought the level of excitement that I think we anticipated. And the teams, they seem ready and poised to play good cricket. So let's see what happens. We will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, please God. And we're just inviting persons to be there to view the first ball of the day.
Yes, despite the shortened version, but I think we are seeing a lot of cricket. I probably would not have, I didn't see the complete 2 games, but at least just from this final game, there is a lot of excitement, and you've seen players. I think one of the things that stood out to me in this particular game was the amount of movements that the St. Lucian fast bowlers were able to get. Were able to swing the ball both ways and so forth, and that's encouraging. That really is encouraging, and one aspect as we go forward, we're going to see more and more in this tournament.
Yes, certainly we expect to see more and more. And so from us here at the National Stadium in Grenada, we're going to say good night or good evening, good morning according to where you are. I'm certainly looking forward to 9 p.m. when the West Indies will start their second test. So if you're in New Zealand, we're saying good morning to you. Until tomorrow, please God, when we come to you here on the Facebook page, Windwards Facebook page, Windwards YouTube channel, on behalf of myself, Raphael Crony, Troy George, Justin Hector, Mikey Live and his production team, we say see you tomorrow at the Last Just playing field.